Chapter 14 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 14. The Return of the Colonel. Next morning, Morris and Stella met at breakfast as usual, but as though by mutual consent, neither of them alluded to the events of the previous evening. Thus the name of Mr. Layard was taboo, nor were any more questions asked or statements volunteered as to that journey, the toils of which Morris had suddenly discovered he was, after all, able to avoid. This morning, as it chanced, no experiments were carried on, principally because it was necessary for Stella to spend the day in the village doing various things on behalf of her father, and lunching with the wife of Dr. Charters, who was one of the church wardens. By the second post, which arrived about 3 o'clock, Morris received 2 letters, one from his father and one from Mary. There was something about the aspect of these letters that held his eye. That from his father was addressed with unusual neatness, and bold letters being written with all the care of a candidate in a calligraphic competition. The stamps were also affixed very evenly, and the envelope was beautifully sealed with the full monk coat done in black wax. These, as experience told him, were signs that his father had something important to communicate, since otherwise everything connected with his letters was much more casual. Further, to speak at hazard, he should judge that this matter, whatever it might be, was not altogether disagreeable to the writer. Mary's letter also had its peculiarities. She always wrote in a large loose scrawl, running the words into one another after the idle fashion which was an index to her character. In this instance, however, the fault had been carried to such an extreme that the address was almost illegible. Indeed, Morris wondered that the letter had not been delayed. The stamps, too, were affixed anyhow, and the envelope barely closed. "Something has happened," he thought to himself. Then he opened Mary's letter. It was dated Tuesday, that is, 2 days before, and ran, "Oh, dearest, my father is dead, my poor old father, and now I have nobody left in the world but you. Oh, thank God, at the last he was without pain, and they thought insensible, but I know he wasn't, because he squeezed my hand. Some of his last words that could be understood were, 'Give my love to Morris.' Oh, I feel as though my heart would break. After my mother's death, till you came into my life, he was everything to me. Everything, everything. I can't write any more. Your loving Mary. Oh, P.S. Don't trouble to come out here. It is no good. He is to be buried tomorrow, and next day I am going en retreat for a month, as I must have time to get over this, to accustom myself to not seeing him every morning when I come down to breakfast. You remember my French friend, Gabrielle Dostry? Well, she is a nun now, a sub-something or other in a convent near here, where they take in people for a payment. Somehow she heard my father was dead, and came to see me, and offered to put me up at the convent, which has a most beautifully large garden, for I have been there. So I said yes, for I shan't feel lonely with her, and it will be a rest for a month. I shall write to you sometimes, and you needn't be afraid. They won't make a Roman Catholic of me. Your father objected at first, but now he quite approves. Indeed, I told him at last that I meant to go whether he approved or not. It seems it doesn't matter from a business point of view, as you and he are left executors of my father's will. When the month is up, I will come to England, and we will settle about getting married. This is the address of the convent, as nearly as I can remember it. Letters will reach me here." Morris laid down the sheet with a sad heart, for he had been truly attached to his Uncle Porson, whose simple virtues he understood and appreciated. Then he opened his father's letter, which began in an imposing manner. "Oh, my dear son," usually he called him Morris, "it is with the deepest grief that I must tell you that poor John Porson, your uncle, passed away this morning about 10 o'clock. I was present at the time, and did my best to soothe his last moments with such consolations as can be offered by a relative who is not a clergyman. I wished to wire you the sad event to you, but Mary, in whom's natural grief develops a self-will that perhaps is also natural, peremptorily refused to allow it, alleging that it was useless to alarm you and waste money on telegrams. How like a woman to think of money at such a moment, when it was quite impossible that you could arrive here in time for the funeral, for he wouldn't be brought home, which, under these queer foreign regulations, must take place tomorrow. Also, she announced to my surprise, and I must admit, somewhat to my pain, that she intended to immure herself for a month in a convent, after the fashion of the Roman faith, so that it was no use your coming, as men are not admitted to these places. It never seems to have occurred to her that under this blow I should have liked the consolation of her presence, or that I might wish to see you, my son. Still, you must not think too much of all this, although I have felt bound to bring it to your notice, since women under such circumstances are naturally emotional, rebellious against the decrees of Providence, and consequently somewhat selfish. Now, to turn to another subject, I am glad to be able to inform you. You will please accept this as an official notice of the fact that on reading a copy of your uncle's will, which was by his directions handed to me after his death, I find that he has died much better off even than I expected. The net personalty will amount to quite £100,000, and there is a large realty, of which at present I do not know the value, and this is left to Mary with the fullest possible powers of disposal. You and I are appointed executors with a complimentary legacy of £500 to you, but £100 to me. However, the testator, in consideration of the forthcoming marriage between his son Morris and my daughter Mary, remits all debts and obligations that may be due to his estate by the said Richard Monk, Lieutenant Colonel, Companion of the Bath, and an executor of this will. This amounts to something, of course, but I will not trouble you with the details at the moment. After all, now that I come to think of it, it is as well that you should not leave home at present, as there will be plenty of executors' business to keep you on the spot. No doubt you will hear from your late uncle's lawyers, Thomas and Thomas, and as soon as you do so, you had better go over to Seaview and take formal possession of it, and its contents, as an executor of the will. I have no time to write more at present, as the undertaker is waiting to see me about the last arrangements for the interment, which takes place at the English cemetery here. The poor old man has gone, but at least we may reflect that he can be no more troubled by sickness, etc., etc., and it is consolation to know that he made arrangements so eminently proper under the circumstances. Your affectionate father, Richard Monk, P.S. I shall remain here for a little while, so as to be near Mary, in case she wishes to see me, and afterwards work homewards via Paris. I expect to turn up at the Abbey in about a fortnight's time or so." "Oh, quite in his best style," reflected Morris to himself. "Remits all debts and obligations that may be due to his estate by the said Richard Monk. I should be surprised if they don't amount to a good lot. No wonder my father is going to return via Paris. He must feel quite rich again." Then he sat down to write to Mary. Under the pressure of this sudden blow, for the fact that Mr. Porson had been for some time in failing health, and the knowledge that his life might terminate at any time, did not seem to make it less sudden. A cloud of depression settled on the Abbey household. Before dinner, Morris visited Mr. Fregelius, and told him of what had happened, whereon that pious and kindly, but somewhat inefficient man bestowed upon him a well-meant lecture of consolation. Appreciating his motives, Morris thanked him sincerely, and was rising to depart, when the clergyman added, "It is most grievous to me, Mr. Monk, that in these sad hours of mourning you should be forced to occupy your mind with the details of an hospitality which has been forced upon you by circumstances. For the present, I fear this cannot be altered." "Oh, I do not wish it to be altered," interrupted Morris. "It is indeed kind of you to say so, but I am happy to state the doctor tells me if I continue to progress as well as at present, I shall be able to leave your roof—" "My father's roof," broke in Morris again. "Oh, I beg pardon, your father's roof, in about a fortnight." "I am sorry to hear it, sir, and please clear your mind of the idea that you have ceased to be welcome. Your presence, and that of Miss Fregelius, will lessen, not increase my trouble. I should be lonely in this great place with no company but that of my own thoughts." "I am glad to hear you say so. Whether you feel it or not, you are kind. Oh, very kind." And so for the while they parted. When she came in that afternoon, Mr. Fregelius told Stella the news, but as it happened, she did not see Morris until she met him at dinner-time. "Oh, you have heard?" he asked. "Oh, yes," she answered, "and I am sorry, so sorry. I do not know what more to say." "Oh, there is nothing to be said," answered Morris. "My poor uncle had lived out his life. He was 68, you know, and there is an end." "Were you fond of him? Forgive me for asking, but people are not always fond, really fond, of those who happen to be their relations." "Yes, I was very fond of him. He was a good man, though simple and self-made, very kind to everybody, especially to myself." "Then do not grieve for him. His pains are over, and some day you will meet him again, will you not?" "I suppose so, but in the presence of death, faith falters." "I know, but I think that it is when it should be strongest and clearest. That is when we should feel that whatever else is unreal and false, this is certain and true." Morris bowed his head in assent, and there was silence for a while. "I am afraid that Miss Porson must feel this very much," Stella said presently. "Yes, she seems quite crushed. She was his only living child, you know." "Are you not going to join her?" "No, I cannot. She has gone into a convent for a month, near Beaulieu, and I am afraid the sisters would not let me through their gates." "Oh, is she Catholic?" "Not at all, but an old friend of hers holds some high position in that place, and she has taken a fancy to be quiet there for a while." "Oh, it is very natural," answered Stella, and nothing more was said upon the subject. Stella neither played the violin nor sang that night, nor indeed again while she remained alone with Morris at the Abbey. Both of them felt that under the circumstances this form of pleasure would be out of place, if not unfeeling, and it was never suggested. For the rest, however, their life went on as usual. On 2 or 3 occasions, when the weather was suitable, some further experiments were carried out with the aerophone, but on most days Stella was engaged in preparing the rectory, a square red brick house, dating from the time of George III, to receive them as soon as her father could be moved. Very fortunately, as has been said, their journey in the steamer Trondheim had been decided upon so hurriedly that there was no time to allow for them to ship their heavy baggage and furniture, which were left to follow, and thus escaped destruction. Now at length these had arrived, and the unpacking and arrangement gave her constant thought and occupation, in which Morris occasionally assisted. One evening, indeed, he stayed in the rectory with her, helping to hang some pictures, till about 6:30, when they started for the Abbey. As it chanced, a heavy gale was blowing that night, one of the furious winter storms which are common on this coast, and its worst gusts beat upon Stella so fiercely that she could scarcely stand, and was glad to accept the support of Morris's arm. As they struggled along the high road thus, a particularly savage blast tore the hood of Stella's ulster from her head, whereupon, leaning over her in such a position that his face was necessarily quite close to her own, with some difficulty he managed to replace the hood. It was while Morris was so engaged that a dog-cart, which because of the roar of the wind he did not hear, and because of his position he could not see until it was almost passing them, came slowly down the road. Then catching the gleam of the lamps he looked up and started back, thinking that they were being run into, to perceive that the occupants of the dog-cart were Stephen and Eliza Layard. At the same moment Stephen recognised them, as indeed he could scarcely help doing with the light of the powerful lamp shining full upon their faces. He shouted something to his sister, who also stared coldly at the pair. Then a kind of fury seemed to seize the little man. At any rate, he shook his clenched fist in a menacing manner, and brought down the whip with a savage cut upon the horse. As the animal sprang forward, moreover, Morris could almost have sworn that he heard the words "kissing her" spoken in Stephen's voice, followed by a laugh from Eliza. Then the dog-cart vanished into the darkness, and the incident was closed. For a moment Morris stood angry and astonished, but reflecting that in this wind his ears might have deceived him, and that, at any rate, Stella had heard nothing through her thick frieze hood, he once more offered his arm and walked forward. The next day was Sunday, when as usual he escorted Stella to church. The Layards were there also, but he noticed that somewhat ostentatiously they hurried from the building immediately on the conclusion of the service, and it struck him that this demonstration might have some meaning. Eliza, whom he afterwards observed, engaged apparently in eager conversation with a knot of people on the roadway, was, as he knew well, no friend to him, for reasons which he could guess. Nor, as he had heard from various quarters, was she any friend of Stella Fregelius, any more than she had been to Jane Rose. It struck him that even now she might be employed in sowing scandal about them both, and for Stella's sake the thought made him furious. But even if it were so, he did not see what he could do, therefore he tried to think he was mistaken, and to dismiss the matter out of mind. Colonel Monk had written to say he was coming home on the Wednesday, but he did not, in fact, put in an appearance till the 6:30 train on the following Saturday evening, when he arrived beautifully dressed in the most irreproachable black, and in a very good temper.
"Ah, Morris, old fellow," he said, "I am very pleased to see you again. After all, there is no place quite like home, and at my time of life nothing to equal quiet. I can't tell you how sick I got of that French hole. If it hadn't been for Mary and my old friend Lady Rawlins, who, as usual, was in trouble with that wretched husband of hers. He is an imbecile now, you know. I should have been back long before. Well, how are you getting on?"
"Oh, pretty well, thank you, father," Morris answered, in that rather restrained voice which was natural to him when conversing with his parent. I really think I have nearly perfected my aerophone."
"Oh, have you? Well, then, I hope you will make something out of it after all these years. Not that it much matters now, however," he added contentedly. "By the way, that reminds me, how are our two guests, the new parson and his daughter? Oh, that was a queer story about your finding her on a wreck. Are they still here?"
"Oh, yes, but the old gentleman is out of bed now, and he expects to be able to move into the rectory on Monday."
"Oh, does he? Well, they must have given you some company while you were alone. There is no time like the present. I will go up and see him before I dress for dinner."
Accordingly, Morris conducted his father to the abbot's chamber and introduced him to the clergyman. Mr. Fregelius was seated in his armchair, with a crutch by his side, and on learning who his visitor was, made a futile effort to rise.
"Oh, pray, sir," said the colonel, "keep seated, or you will certainly hurt your leg again."
"When I should be obliged to inflict myself upon you for another 5 or 6 weeks," replied Mr. Fregelius.
"Well, in that case, sir,"
said the colonel, with his utmost courteous bow, "and for that reason only I should consider the accident fortunate." By these happy words, making of his guest a devoted friend forever. "Oh, I don't know how to thank you. I really don't know how to thank you."
"Then pray, Mr. Fregelius, leave the thanks unspoken. What would you have had us, or rather my son, do? Turn a senseless, shattered man from his door, and that man his future spiritual pastor and master?
But there is more. He, Mr. Monk, I believe, saved my daughter Stella's life. You know, a block or a spar fell on me immediately after the ship struck. Then those cowardly dogs of sailors, thinking that she must founder instantly, threw me into a boat and rowed away, leaving her to her fate in that cabin, whereupon your son, acting on some words which I spoke in my delirium, sailed out alone at night and rescued her."
"Oh, yes, I heard something, but Morris is not too communicative. The odd thing about the whole affair, you know, as far as I can gather, is that he should have discovered that there was anybody left on board. But he is a curious fellow, that Morris. Those things which one would expect him to know, he never does know, and the things that nobody else has ever heard of, he seems to have at his fingers' ends by instinct or second sight or something. Well, it has all turned out for the best, hasn't it?"
"Oh, yes, I suppose so," answered Mr. Fregelius, glancing at his injured leg. "At any rate, we are both alive, and have not lost many of our belongings."
"Oh, quite so. And under the circumstances, you should be uncommonly thankful. But I need not tell a parson that. Well, I can only say that I am delighted to have such a good opportunity of making your acquaintance, which I am sure will lead to our pulling together in parish affairs, like a pair of matched horses. Now I must go and dress. But I tell you what, I'll come and smoke a cigar with you afterwards, and put you au fait with all our various concerns. You'll find them a nice lot in this parish, I can tell you, a nice lot. Old Tomley just gave them up as a bad job." "Oh, I hope I shan't do that," replied Mr. Fregelius, after his retreating form. The Colonel was down to dinner first, and standing warming himself at the library fire, when Stella, once more, in honour of his arrival, arrayed in her best dress, entered the room. The Colonel put up his eyeglass and looked at her as she came down its length. "By Jove," he thought to himself, "I didn't know the clergyman's daughter was like this. Nobody ever said so. After all, that fellow Morris can't be half such a fool as he looks, for he kept it dark." Then he stepped forward with outstretched hand. "You must allow me to introduce myself, Miss Fregelius," he said with an old-fashioned and courtly bow, "and to explain that I have the honour to be my son's father." She bowed and answered, "Yes, I think I should have known that from the likeness." Said the Colonel. "Even at my age I am not certain that I am altogether flattered. Morris is an excellent fellow and very clever at electrical machines, but I have never considered him remarkable for personal beauty. Not exactly an Adonis or an Apollo or a Narcissus, you know." "I should doubt whether any of them had such a nice face," replied Stella with a smile. "My word! Now that is what I call a compliment worth having. But I hear the gentleman himself coming. Shall I repeat it to him?" "No, please don't, Colonel Monk. I did not mean it for compliment, only for an answer." "Your wish is my command. But may I make an exception in favour of Miss Porson, who prospectively owns this nice face in question? She would be delighted to know it so highly rated." And he glanced at her sharply, the look of a man of the world who is trying to read a woman's heart. "Oh, by all means," answered Stella, in an indifferent voice, but recognising in the Colonel one who, as a friend or foe, must be taken into account. Then Morris came in, and they went to dinner. Here also Colonel Monk was very pleasant. He made Stella tell the story of the shipwreck and of her rescue, and generally tried to draw her out in every possible way. But all the while he was watching and taking note of many things. Before they had been together for 5 minutes, he observed that this couple, his son and the visitor, were on terms of extreme intimacy. Intimacy so extreme and genuine that in 2 instances at least each anticipated what the other was going to say, without waiting for any words to be spoken. Thus Stella deliberately answered a question that Morris had not put, and he accepted the answer and continued the argument quite as a matter of course. Also they seemed mysteriously to understand each other's wants, and worst of all, he noted that when speaking they never addressed each other by name. Evidently just then each of them had but one you in the world. Now the Colonel had not passed through very varied experiences and studied many sides and conditions of life for nothing. Indeed, he would himself explain that he was able to see as far into a brick wall as other folk. The upshot of all this was that first he thought Morris a very lucky fellow to be an object of undoubted admiration to those beautiful eyes.
It may be explained that the Colonel throughout life had been an advocate of taking such goods as the gods provided, something of a worshipper too, at the shrine of lovely Thais. His second reflection was that under all the circumstances it seemed quite time that he returned home to look after him.
And now, Miss Fregelius,"
he said, as she rose to leave the table,
"when Morris and I have had a glass of wine, and 10 minutes to chat over matters connected with his poor uncle's death, I am going to ask you to do me a favour before I go up to smoke a cigar with your father. It is that you will play me a tune on that violin and sing me a song."
"Oh, did Mr. Monk tell you that I played and sang?" she asked.
"Oh, no, he did not. Indeed, Mr. Monk has told me nothing whatsoever about you. His, as you may have observed, is not a very communicative nature. The information came from a much less interesting, though, for aught I know, from a more impartial source, the fat page boy Thomas, who is first tenor in the Wesleyan chapel, and therefore imagines that he understands music." "But how could Thomas—"
began Morris, when his father cut him short and answered.
"Oh, I'll tell you quite simply. I had it from the interesting youth's own lips as he unpacked my clothes. It seems that the day before the news of your uncle's death reached the place, Thomas was aroused from his slumbers by hearing what he was pleased to call angels a-harping and singing. As soon as he convinced himself that he still lingered on the earth, drawn by the sweetness of the sounds, just in his jacket and breeches, he followed them until he was sure that they proceeded from your workshop, the chapel. Now, as you know, on the upstairs passage there is still that queer slit through which the old abbots used to watch the monks at their devotions. Finding the shutter unlocked, the astute Thomas followed their example, as well as he could, for he says there was no light in the chapel except that of the fire, by which presently he made out your figure, Miss Fregelius, sometimes playing the violin and sometimes singing, and that of Morris. Again, I must quote, sitting in a chair by the fire with his hands at the back of his head, staring at the floor and rocking himself as though he felt right down bad. No, don't interrupt me, Morris. I must tell my story. It's very amusing. Well, Miss Fregelius, he says, and mind you, this is a great compliment, that you sang and played till he felt as though he would cry, when at last you sank down quite exhausted in a chair. Then, suddenly realizing that he was very cold, and hearing the stable clock strike 2, he went back to bed. And that is the end of the tale. Now, you will understand why I have asked you this favour. I don't see why Morris and Thomas should keep it all to themselves." "Oh, I shall be delighted," answered Stella, who, although her cheeks were burning, and she knew that the merciless Colonel was taking note of the fact, on the whole had gone through the ordeal remarkably well. Then she left the room. As soon as the door closed, Morris turned upon his father angrily. "Oh, my dear boy," the Colonel said, "please do not begin to explain. I know it's all perfectly right, and there is nothing to explain. Why shouldn't you get an uncommonly pretty girl with a good voice to sing to you, while you are still in a position to listen? But if you care to take my advice, next time you see that the shutter of the hagioscope, or whatever they call it, is locked, as such elevated delights are due, are apt to be misinterpreted by the vulgar. And now, there's enough of this chaff and nonsense. I want to speak to you about the executorship and matters connected with the property generally."
Half an hour later, when the Colonel appeared in the drawing-room, the violin was fetched, and Stella played it and sang afterwards to a pianoforte accompaniment. The performance was not of the same standard by any means as that which had delighted Thomas, for Stella did not feel the surroundings quite propitious. Still, with her voice and touch she could not fail, and the result was that before she had done, the Colonel grew truly enthusiastic.
I know a little of music," he said, "and I have heard most of the best singers and violinists during the last 40 years. But in the face of all those memories, I hope you will allow me to congratulate you, Miss Fregelius. There are some notes in your voice which really reduce me to the condition of Peeping Tom, and, hardened old fellow that I am, almost make me feel inclined to cry."
End of chapter 14. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 15 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 15. 3 Interviews. The next day was a Sunday, and the Colonel went to church, wearing a hatband 4 inches deep. Morris, however, declined to accompany him, saying that he had a letter to write to Mary, whereupon his father, who at first was inclined to be vexed, replied that he could not be better employed, and that he was to give her his love. Then he asked if Miss Fregelius was coming, but somewhat to his disappointment was informed that she wished to stay with her father. "I wonder," thought the Colonel to himself, as he strolled to the church, now and again acknowledging greetings or stopping to chat with one of the villagers, "I wonder if they're going to have a little sacred music together in the chapel. If so, upon my soul, I should like to make the congregation. And that pious fellow Morris too, the blameless Morris, to go philandering about in this fashion. I hope it won't come to Mary's ears. But if it does, luckily, with all her temper, she is a sensible woman, and knows that even Jove nods at times." After the service, the Colonel spoke to various friends, accepted their condolences upon the death of Mr. Porson, and finally walked down the road with Eliza Layard. "You must have found that all sorts of strange things have happened at the Abbey since you've been away, Colonel Monk?" she said presently, in a sprightly voice. "Oh, well, yes, at least, I don't know. I understand that Morris has improved that blessed apparatus of his, and the new parson and his daughter have floated to our doors like driftwood. Oh, by the way, have you seen Miss Fregelius?" "Seen her? Yes, I have seen her." "She is a wonderfully captivating girl, isn't she? Oh, so unusual, and those great eyes of hers that seem to vary with the light." "Like a cat's," snapped Eliza. "The light within, I was going to say." "Oh, I thought you meant the light without. Well, she may be fascinating to men, but as I am only a woman, I cannot be expected to appreciate that. You see, we look more to other things." "Ah, well, so far as I am a judge, she seemed to me to be pretty well set up in them also."
Oh, she has a marvellous voice, is certainly a first-class violinist, and I should say extremely well read, especially in Norse literature. I dare say she is a genius as well as a beauty." "I gather," said the Colonel with a smile, "that you do not like Miss Fregelius. As my acquaintance with her is limited, would you think me rude if I asked why?" "Oh, how can I be expected to like her, seeing—" And she paused. "Seeing what, Miss Layard?" "What? Haven't you heard? I thought it was common property." He shook his head. "I have heard nothing. Go on, pray. This is quite interesting." "Oh, that she led on that silly brother of mine until he proposed to her. Yes, he proposed to her, and then refused him. Stephen has been like a crazy creature ever since, moaning and groaning and moping, till I think that he will go off his head, instead of returning thanks to Providence for a merciful escape." The Colonel set his lips as though to whistle, then checked himself. "Under the circumstances, presumably them to be accurately stated, I am not prepared to say who is to be congratulated or who should thank Providence. These things are so individual, are they not? But if one thing is clear, whatever else she is or is not, Miss Fregelius cannot be a fortune hunter, although she must want money. She may want other things more. Oh, perhaps. But I am very stupid. I'm afraid I do not understand." "Men, for instance," suggested Eliza. "Oh, dear me, that sounds almost carnivorous. I am afraid that there are not many about here to satisfy her appetite. Your brother, Morris, the curate at Morton, and myself, if at my age I may creep into that honourable company, are the only single creatures within 4 miles, and from these Stephen and Morris must apparently be eliminated." "Why should Morris be eliminated?" "A reason may occur to you." "Do you mean because he is engaged?" "Oh, what on earth does that matter?" "Oh, nothing in the East, but rightly or wrongly, we have decided upon a monogamous system. A man can't marry 2 wives, Miss Layard, but he can throw over one girl to marry another." "Do you suggest that Morris is contemplating this experiment?" I suggest nothing. All I know is—" "Well, now, what do you know?" "If you wish me to tell you, as perhaps I ought to, I know this, Colonel Monk, that the other night, when I was driving along the Rectory Road, I saw your son, Mr. Monk, kissing this wonderful Miss Fregelius. That is all. And Stephen saw it also. You ask him." "Oh, thank you. I think I would rather not. But what an odd place for him to choose for such an interchange of early Christian courtesies. Also, if you are not mistaken, how well it illustrates that line in the hymn this morning. How many a spot defiles the robe that wraps an earthly saint. Such adventures seem scarcely in Morris's line, and I should have thought that even an inexperienced saint would have been more discreet." "Men always jest at serious things," said Eliza severely. "Which do you mean, the saints or the kissing? Both are serious enough, but the two in combination—" "Oh, don't you believe me?" asked Eliza. "Of course, but could you give me a few details?" Eliza could, and did, with amplifications. "Now, what do you say, Colonel Monk?" she asked triumphantly. I say that I think you have made an awkward mistake, Miss Layard. It seems to me that all you saw is quite consistent with the theory that he was buttoning or arranging the young lady's hood. I understand that the wind was very high that night."
Eliza started. This was a new and unpleasant interpretation which she hastened to repudiate.
"Arranging her hood? Oh, indeed."
"When he might have been kissing her. You cannot understand such moderation. Still, it is possible, and he ought to have the benefit of the doubt. Witnesses to character would be valuable in such a case, and his, not to mention the lady's, is curiously immaculate."
"Oh, of course you are entitled to your own opinion, but I have mine."
Suddenly the Colonel changed his bantering, satirical tone and became stern and withering.
"Miss Layard," he said, "does it occur to you that on evidence which would not suffice to convict a bicyclist of riding on a footpath, you are circulating a scandal, of which the issue might be very grave to both the parties concerned?" "I am not circulating anything. I was telling you privately," replied Eliza, still trying to be bold. "I am glad to hear it. I understand that neither you nor your brother have spoken of this extraordinary tale, and I am quite certain that you will not speak of it in the future." "I cannot answer for my brother," she said sulkily. "No, but in his own interest, and in yours, I trust that you will make him understand that if I hear a word of this, I shall hold him to account. Also, that his propagation of such a slander will react upon you, who were with him." "How?" asked Eliza, now thoroughly frightened, and when he chose, the Colonel could be very crushing. "Thus. Your brother's evidence is that of an interested person which no one will accept, and of yours, Miss Layard, it might be inferred that it was actuated by jealousy of a charming and quite innocent girl, or perhaps by other motives even worse, which I would rather you did not ask me to suggest." Eliza did not ask him. She was too wise, and as she knew well, when roused the Colonel was a man with a bitter tongue and a good memory. "I am sure I am the last person who would wish to do any mischief," she said in a humble voice. "Of course, I know that. Well, now we understand each other, so I must be turning home. Thank you so much for having been quite candid with me. Good morning, Miss Layard. Remember me to Stephen."
"Oh, phew," reflected the Colonel to himself. "The battle is won after a fashion, but just about 48 hours too late. By this time that vixen of a woman has put the story all over the place. Oh, Morris, you egregious ass! If you wanted to take to kissing like a schoolboy, why the deuce did you select the high road for the purpose? This must be put a stop to. I must take steps, and at once. They mustn't be seen together again, or there will be trouble with Mary. But how do I do it? How to do it? That is the question, and one to which I must find an answer within the next 2 hours. Oh, what a kettle of fish! What a kettle of fish!" In due course, and after diligent search, he found the answer to his question. At lunchtime, the Colonel remarked casually that he had walked a little way with Miss Layard, who mentioned that she had seen them, that is, his son and Miss Fregelius, struggling through the gale of the other night. Then he watched the effect of this shot. Morris moved his chair and looked uncomfortable, Clearly he was a most transparent sinner, but on Stella it took no effect.
As usual, reflected the Colonel, the lady has the most control. Or perhaps he tried to kiss her and she wouldn't let him, and a consciousness of virtue gives her strength.
After lunch the Colonel paid a visit to Miss Fregelius, ostensibly to talk to him about the proposed restoration of the chancel, for which he, as holder of the great tithes, was jointly liable with the rector, a responsibility that, in the altered circumstances of the family, he now felt himself able to face. When this subject was exhausted, which did not take long, as Mr. Fregelius refuses to express any positive opinion till he had inspected the church, the Colonel's manner grew portentously solemn.
"My dear sir," he said, "there is another matter, a somewhat grave one, upon which, for both our sakes and the sakes of those immediately concerned, I feel bound to say a few words."
Mr. Fregelius, who was a timid man, looked very much alarmed. A conviction that the grave matter had something to do with Stella flashed into his mind, but all he said was,
"I am afraid I don't understand, Colonel Monk." "No, indeed, how should you?" "Well, to come to the point, it has to do with that very charming daughter of yours, and my son Morris." "Oh, I feared as much," groaned the clergyman.
"Indeed, I thought you said you did not understand."
"No, but I guessed. Wherever Stella goes, things seem to happen."
"Exactly. Well, things have happened here. To be brief, I mean that a lot of silly women have got up a scandal about them. No, scandal is too strong a word. Gossip."
"Oh, what is alleged?"
asked Mr. Fregelius faintly.
"Well, that your daughter threw over that young ass Stephen Layard because, the story seems to be incredible, I admit, she had fallen violently in love with Morris. Further, that she and the said Morris were seen embracing at night on the Rectory Road, which I don't believe, as the witnesses are Layard, who is prejudiced, and his sister, who is the most ill-bred, bitter and disappointed woman in the county. Lastly, and this is no doubt true, that they are generally on terms of great intimacy, and we all know where that leads to between a man and a woman. Plato, thy confounded fantasies, etc., etc. You see, when people sit up singing to each other alone till 2 a.m, I don't mean Morris sings, he has no more voice than a crow, he does the appreciative audience. Well, other people will talk, won't they?" "I suppose so, the world being what it is," sighed Mr. Fregelius. "Exactly, the world being what it is, and men and women what they are, a most ungenerate lot, and au fond very primitive, as I dare say you may have observed." "Oh, what is to be done?" "Well, under the circumstances, I should have said nothing at all except congratulate them most heartily, more especially my son. But in this case there are reasons which make such a course impossible. As you know, Morris is engaged to be married to my niece, Miss Porson, and it is a contract which, even if he wished it, honour would forbid him to break, for family as well as for personal reasons." "Oh, quite so, quite so. It is not to be thought of. But again I ask, what is to be done?" Is that not rather a question for you to consider? I suggest that you had better speak to your daughter. Just a hint, just a hint. Upon my word, I would rather not. Oh, Stella can be so decided at times, and we never seem quite to understand each other. I did speak to her the other day when Mr. Layard wished to marry her, a match I was naturally anxious for, but the results were not satisfactory. Still, I think you might try. Oh, very well, I will try. And, Colonel Monk, I cannot tell you how grieved I am to have brought all this trouble on you. Oh, not a bit, answered the Colonel cheerfully. I am an old student of human nature, and I rather enjoy it. It's like watching puppets on a stage. Only we mustn't let the comedy grow into a tragedy. Ah, that's what I'm afraid of. Some tragedy. Oh, Stella is a woman who takes things hard, and if any affection really has sprung up, well, it will no doubt evaporate with the usual hysterics and the morning headache. Oh, bless me, I have known dozens of them, and felt some myself in my time. The headaches, I mean, not the other things. Now, don't be alarmed if she gets angry, Mr. Fregelius, but just appeal to her reason. She will see the force of it afterwards. An hour or so later, the Colonel started for a walk on the beach to look at some damage which the high tide had done to the cliff. As it was nearing the Abbey steps, on his return, he saw the figure of a woman standing quite still upon the sands. An inspection through his eyeglass revealed that it was Stella, and instinct told him her errand. Oh, this is rather awkward, he thought to himself, as he braced himself to battle, especially as I like the girl, and I don't want to hurt her feelings. Oh, hello, Miss Fregelius. Are you taking the air? You should walk, or you will catch cold. Oh, no, Colonel Monk. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Me? Oh, this is indeed an honour, and one which age appreciates. She waved aside his two-edged badinage. You have been speaking to my father, she said. Instantly the Colonel assumed a serious manner, not the most serious, such as he wore at funerals, but still one suited to a grave occasion. Yes, I have. You remember all that you said? Certainly, Miss Fregelius, and I assume that for the purposes of this conversation it need not be repeated. She bowed her head and replied, I have come to explain and to tell you 3 things. First, that all these stories are false, except about the singing. Secondly, that whoever is responsible for them has made it impossible that I should live in Monksland. So I am going to London to earn my own living there. And thirdly, that I hope you will excuse my absence from dinner, as I think the more I keep to myself until we go tomorrow, the better, though I reserve to myself the right to speak to Mr. Monk on this subject and to say good-bye to him. She is taking this hard, and she is fond of him. Deuced fond of him. Oh, poor girl, thought the Colonel. But aloud he said, Oh, my dear Miss Fregelius, I never believed the stories. As for the principal one, common sense rebels against it. All I said to your father was that there appears to be a lot of talk about the place, and under the circumstances of my son's engagement, that he might perhaps give you a friendly hint. Oh, indeed, he did not quite put it like that. He gave me to understand that you had told him, that I was so much in love with Mr. Monk that on this account I had rejected Mr. Layard." Oh, please keep walking," said the Colonel, "or you really will catch cold." Then suddenly he stopped, looked her sharply in the face, much as he had done to Eliza, and said, "Well, and are you not in love with him?" For a moment Stella stared at him indignantly. Then suddenly he saw a blush spread upon her face, to be followed by an intense pallor, while the pupils of the lovely eyes enlarged themselves and grew soft. Next instant she put her hand to her heart, tottered on her feet, and had he not caught her, would perhaps have fallen. "I do not think I need trouble you to answer my question, which, indeed, now that I think of it, was one I had no right to put," he said as she recovered herself. "Oh, my God!" moaned Stella, wringing her hands. "I never knew it till this moment. You have brought it home to me. You, yes, you." And she burst out weeping. "Oh, here are these hysterics," thought the Colonel, "and I am afraid that the headache will be bad tomorrow morning." To her, however, he said very tenderly, "Oh, my dear girl, pray do not distress yourself. These little accidents will happen in the best regulated hearts, and believe me, you will get over it in a month or two." "Accident," she said. "It is no accident. It is fate. I see it all now, and I shall never get over it. However, that is my own affair, and I have no right to trouble you with my misfortunes." "Oh, but you will indeed, and though you may think the advice hard, I will tell you the best way." She looked up in inquiry. "Change your mind and marry Stephen Layard. He is not at all a bad fellow, and there are obvious advantages." This was the Colonel's first really false move, as he himself felt before the last word had left his lips. "Colonel Monk," she said, "because I am unfortunate, is it any reason that you should insult me?" "Miss Fregelius, to my knowledge I have never insulted any woman, and certainly I should not wish to begin with one who has just honoured me with her confidence." "Is it not an insult," she answered with a sort of sob, "when a woman, to her shame and sorrow, has confessed what I have, to bid her console herself by marriage with another man?" "Yes, now that you put it thus, I confess that perhaps some minds might so interpret an intention which did not exist. It seemed to me that, after a while, in marriage you should most easily forget a trouble which my son so unworthily has brought on you." "Oh, don't blame him, for he does not deserve it. If anybody is to blame, it is I. Oh, but in truth all these stories are false. We have neither of us done anything." "Do not press the point, Miss Fregelius. I believe you." "We have neither of us done anything," she repeated, "and, what is more, if you had not interfered, I do not think that I should have found out the truth, or at least not yet, till I saw him married perhaps, when it would have been no matter." "When you see a man walking in his sleep, you do your best to stop him," said the Colonel. "And so cause him to fall over the precipice and be dashed to bits. Oh, you should have let me finish my journey. Then I should have come back to the bed that I have made to lie on, and waked to find myself alone, and nobody would have been hurt except myself, who caused the evil."
The Colonel could not continue this branch of the conversation. Even to him, a hardened vessel, as he had defined himself, it was too painful.
"You said you mean to earn a living in London. Well, how?" "Oh, by my voice and violin, if one can sing and play with a sore heart. I have an old aunt, a sister of my father's, who is a music mistress, with whom I dare say I can arrange to live, and who may be able to get me some introductions." "Oh, well, I hope I can help you there, and I will to the best of my ability. Indeed, if necessary, I will go to town and see about things. Allow me to add this, Miss Fregelius, that I think you are doing a very brave thing, and what is more, a very wise one, and I believe that before long we shall hear of you as some great new contralto."
She shrugged her shoulders.
"It may be. I don't care. Good-bye. Oh, by the way, I wish to see Mr. Monk once more before I go. It would be better for us all. I suppose that you don't object to that, do you?" "Miss Fregelius, my son is a man advancing towards middle age. It is entirely a point for you and him to decide, and I will only say that I have every confidence in you." "Oh, thank you," she answered, and turning, walked rapidly down the lonely beach till her figure melted into the gathering gloom on the winter's night. Once, however, when she thought that she was out of eyeshot, he saw her stop with her face towards the vast and bitter sea, and saw also that she was wringing her hands in the agony of utmost despair. "Oh, she looks like a ghost," said the Colonel aloud with a little shiver, "like a helpless, homeless ghost, with the world behind her and the infinite in front, and nothing to stand on but a patch of shifting sand, wet with her own tears." When the Colonel grew thus figurative and poetical, it may be surmised by anyone who has taken the trouble to study his mixed and somewhat worldly character that he was deeply moved. And he was moved, more so indeed than he had been since the death of his wife. Why? He would have found it hard to explain. On the face of it, the story was of a trivial order, and in some of its aspects rather absurd. Two young people who happened to be congenial, but one of whom was engaged, chanced to be thrown together for a couple of months in a country house. Although there is some gossip, nothing at all occurs between them beyond a little perfect natural flirtation. The young man's father, hearing the gossip, speaks to the young lady in order that she may take steps to protect herself and his son against surmise and misinterpretation. Thereupon a sudden flood of light breaks upon her soul, by which she sees that she is really attached to the young man, and being a woman of unusual character, or perhaps absurdly averse to lying even upon such a subject, in answer to a question admits that this is so, and that she very properly intends to go away. Could anything be more commonplace, more in the natural order of events? Why then was he moved? Oh, it was that woman's face and eyes. Old as he might be, he felt jealous of his son, jealous to think that for him such a woman could wear this countenance of wonderful and thrilling woe. What was there in Morris that it should have called forth this depth of passion undefiled? Now,
If there were no Mary, but there was a Mary, it was folly to pursue such a line of thought. From sympathy for Stella, which was deep and genuine, to anger with his son, proved to the Colonel an easy step. Morris was that worst of sinners, a hypocrite. Morris, being engaged to one woman, had taken advantage of her absence deliberately to involve the affection of another, or at any rate caused her considerable inconvenience. He was wroth with Morris, and what was more, before he grew an hour older he would let him have his peace of mind. He found the sinner in his workshop, the chapel, making mathematical calculations, the very sight of which added to his father's indignation. The man, he reflected to himself, who under these circumstances could indulge an abnormal talent for mathematics, especially on a Sunday, must be a cold-blooded brute. He entered the place, slamming the door behind him, and Morris, looking up, noted with alarm, for he hated rows, that there was war in his eyes.
"Oh, won't you take a chair, father?" he said. "No, thank you. I would rather say what I have to say standing." "What is the matter?" "The matter is, sir, that I find that by your attentions you have made that poor girl, Miss Fregelius, while she was a guest in my house, the object of slander and scandal to every ill-natured gossip in these 3 parishes."
Morris's quiet, thoughtful eyes flashed in an ominous and unusual manner.
"If you were not my father," he said, "I should ask you to change your tone in speaking to me on such a subject. But as things are, I suppose that I must submit to it, unless you choose otherwise." "The facts, Morris," answered his father, "justify any language that I can use." "Did you get these facts from Stephen Layard or Miss Layard?" "Ah, I guessed as much. Well, the story is a lie. I was merely arranging her hood, which she could not do herself, as the wind forced her to use her hand to hold her dress down."
The thought of his own ingenuity in hitting on the right solution in the story mollified the Colonel not a little.
"Pah!" he said. "I knew that. Do you suppose that I believed you fool enough to kiss a girl upon the open road, when you had every opportunity of kissing her at home? I know, too, that you have never kissed her at all, or ostensibly, at any rate, done anything that you shouldn't do." "What is my offence, then?" asked Morris. "Your offence is that you have got her talked about, that you have made her in love with you. Oh, don't deny it. I have it from her own lips, that you have driven her out of this place to earn a living in London as best she may, and that, being yourself an engaged man—"
Here once more the Colonel drew a bow at a venture.
"You are what is called in love with her yourself."
These two were very easy victims to the skill of so inexperienced an archer. The shaft went home between the joints of his son's harness, and Morris sank back in his chair and turned white. Generosity, or perhaps the fear of exciting more unpleasant consequences, prevented the Colonel from following up this head of his advantage.
"There is more, a great deal more, behind," he went on. "For instance, all this will probably come to Mary's ears." "But certainly it will. I shall tell her of it myself." "Which will be tantamount to breaking your engagement. May I ask if that is your intention?" "No. But supposing that all you say were true, and that it was my intention, well, what then?" "Then, sir, to my old-fashioned ideas, you would be a dishonourable fellow. to cast away the woman who has only you to look up to in the world, that you may put another woman who has taken your fancy in her place?"
Morris bit his lip.
"Still speaking on that supposition," he replied, "would it not be more dishonourable to marry her? Would it not be kinder, shameful as it may be, to tell her all the truth and let her seek some worthier man?"
The Colonel shrugged his shoulders.
"I can't split hairs," he said, "or enter on an argument of sentimental casuistry. But I tell you this, Morris, although you are my only son, and the last of our name, that rather than do such a thing, under all circumstances, it would be better that you should take a pistol and blow your brains out." "Very probably," answered Morris. "But would you mind telling me also what are the exact circumstances which would, in your opinion, so aggravate this particular case?" "You have a copy of your Uncle Porson's will in that drawer. Give it to me."
Morris obeyed, and his father searched for and read the following sentence: "In consideration of the forthcoming marriage between his son Morris and my daughter Mary, the said testator remits all debts and obligations that may be due to his estate by the said Richard Monk, Lieutenant Colonel, Companion of the Bath, and an executor of this will."
"Well?"
said Morris.
"Well," replied the Colonel coolly, "those debts in all amounted to £19,543. No wonder you seem astonished, but they have been accumulating for a score of years. There's the fact. Anyway, so discussion is no use. Now, do you understand? In consideration of the forthcoming marriage, remember?" "Well, I shall be rich some day. That machine you laugh at will make me rich. Already I have been approached. I might repay this money." "Yes, and you might not. Such hopes and expectations have a way of coming to nothing. Besides, hang it all, Morris, you know that there is more than money in the question."
Morris hid his face in his hands for a moment. When he removed them it was ashen.
"Yes," he said, "things are unfortunate. You remember that you were very anxious that I should engage myself, and Mary was so good as to accept me. Perhaps, I cannot say, I should have done better to have waited till I had felt some real impulse towards marriage. However, that is all gone by. And, father, you need not be in the least afraid. There is not the slightest fear that I shall attempt to do anything of which you would disapprove."
"I was sure you wouldn't, old fellow," answered the Colonel in a friendly tone. "Not when you came to think. Matters seem to have got into a bit of a tangle, don't they? Most unfortunate, that charming young lady being so brought to this house in such a fashion. Really, it looks like a spite of what she called fate. However, I have no doubt that it will all straighten itself somehow. Oh, by the way, she told me that she should wish to see you once to say good-bye before she went. Don't be vexed with me if, should she do so, I suggest to you to be very careful. Your position will be exceedingly painful and exceedingly dangerous, and in a moment all your fine resolutions may come to nothing, though I am sure that she does not wish any such thing. Oh, poor dear! Unless she really seeks this interview, I think indeed it would be best avoided." Morris made no answer, and the Colonel went away somewhat weary and sorrowful. For once he had seen too much of his puppet show. End of chapter 15. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 16 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 16. A Marriage and After. Stella did not appear at dinner that night, or at breakfast next day. In the course of the morning, growing impatient, for he had explanations to make, Morris sent her a note worded thus: "Can I see you? M.M." To which came the following answer: "Not today. Meet me tomorrow at the Dead Church at 3 o'clock. Stella." It was the only letter that he ever received from her. That afternoon, December the 23rd, Mr. Fregelius and his daughter moved to the rectory in a fly that had been especially prepared to convey the invalid without shaking him. Morris did not witness their departure, as the Colonel, either by accident or design, had arranged to go with him on this day to inspect the new buildings which had been erected on the Abbey farm. Nor, indeed, were the names of the departed guests so much as mentioned at dinner that night. The incident of their long stay at the Abbey, with all its curious complications, was closed, and both father and son, by tacit agreement, determined to avoid all reference to it, at any rate for the present. The Christmas Eve of that year will long be remembered in Monksland, and all that stretch of coast, as the day of the great gale, which wrought so much damage on its shores. The winter's dawn was of extraordinary beauty, for all the eastern sky might have been compared to one vast flower, with a heart of burnished gold, and sepals and petals of many coloured fires. Slowly from a central point it opened. Slowly its splendours spread across the heavens. Then suddenly it seemed to wither and die, till where it had been was nothing but masses of grey vapour that arose, gathered, and coalesced in an ashen pall, hanging low above the surface of the ashen sea. The coastguard, watching the glass, hoisted their warning cone, although as yet there was no breath of wind, and the old sailormen, hanging about in knots on the cliff and beach, went to haul up their boats as high as they could drag them, knowing that it would blow hard that night. About midday the sea began to be troubled, as though its waves were being pushed on by some force as yet unseen, and before 2 o'clock gusts of cold air from the north-east travelled landwards off the ocean with a low moaning sound, which was very strange to hear. As Morris trudged along towards the Dead Church, he noticed, as we do notice such things when our minds are much preoccupied and oppressed, that these gusts were coming quicker and quicker, although separated from each other by periods of aerial calm. Then he remembered that a great gale had been prophesied in the weather reports, and thought to himself that they portended its arrival. He reached the church by the narrow spit of sand and shingle which connected it to the shore, passed through the door in the rough brick wall, closing it behind him, and paused to look. Already under that heavy sky, the light which struggled through the brine-encrusted eastern window was dim and grey. Presently, however, he discovered the figure of Stella, seated in her accustomed place by the desolate-looking stone altar, whereupon stood the box containing the aerophone that they had used in their experiments. She was dressed in her dark-coloured ulster, of which the hood was still drawn over her head, giving her the appearance of some cloaked nun, lingering, out of time and place, in the ruined habitations of her worship. As he advanced, she rose and pushed back the hood, revealing the masses of her waving hair, to which it had served her as a sole covering. In silence Stella stretched out her hand, and in silence Morris took it, for neither of them seemed to find any words. At length she spoke, fixing her sad eyes upon his face, and saying, "You understand that we meet to part. I am going to London tomorrow. My father has consented."
That is Christmas Day," he faltered.
"Yes, but there is an early train, the same that runs on Sunday." Then there was a pause. "I wish to ask your pardon," he said, "for all the trouble that I have brought upon you." She smiled. "I think it is I who should ask yours. You have heard these stories?"
"Oh, yes, my father spoke to me. He told me of his conversation with you."
"All of it?"
"I do not know, but I suppose so."
And he hung his head.
"Oh,"
she broke out in a kind of cry,
"if he told you all—"
"You must not blame him," he interrupted. "He was very angry with me. He considered that I had behaved badly to you and everybody, and I do not think that he weighed his words."
"Oh, I am not angry. Now that I think of it, what does it matter? I cannot help things, and the truth will out."
"Yes," he said, quite simply, "we love each other,
so we may as well admit it before we part."
"Yes," she echoed, without disturbance or surprise.
"I know now. We love each other."
These were the first intimate words that ever passed between them. This, their declaration, unusual even in the long history of the passions of men and women, and not the less so because neither of them seemed to think its fashion strange.
"It must have always been so," said Morris.
"Always," she answered, "from the beginning. From the time you saved my life and we were together in the boat and, well, perhaps, who can say, before? I can see it now. Only until they put light into our minds we did not understand. I suppose that sooner or later we should have found it out, for having been brought together, nothing could ever really have kept us asunder."
"Nothing but death,"
he answered heavily.
"Oh, that is your old error, the error of a lack of faith,"
she replied, with one of her bright smiles.
"Death will unite us beyond the possibility of parting. I pray God that it may come quickly. Oh, to me, not to you. You have your life to lead, and mine is finished. I do not mean the life of my body, but the real life, that within." "I think that you are right. I grow sure of it. But here there is nothing to be done." "Of course," she answered eagerly, "nothing. Do you suppose that I wish to suggest such a treachery? No, you are too pure and good." "Good I am not." "Well, who is? But believe me that I am pure." "It is bitter,"
groaned Morris.
Why so? My heart aches, and yet through the pain I rejoice, because I know that it is well with us. Had you not loved me, then it would have been bitter. Oh, the rest is little. Oh, what does it matter when and how and where it comes about? Today we part, forever in the flesh. You will not look upon this mortal face of mine again. Oh, why do you say so? Because I feel that it is true.
He glanced up hastily, and she answered the question in his eyes.
No, indeed, not that. I never thought of such a thing. I think it a crime. We are bid to endure the burden of our day. I shall go on weaving my web and painting my picture till, sooner or later, God says, "Hold," and then I shall die gladly. Yes, very gladly, because the real beginning is at hand. Oh, that I had your perfect faith,
groaned Morris.
Then, if you love me, learn it from me. Should I, of all people, tell you what is not true? It is the truth. I swear it is the truth. I am not deceived. I know. I know. I know. What do you know about us? That when it is over, we shall meet again, where there is no marriage, where there is nothing gross, where love perfect and immortal reigns and passion is forgotten. There that we love each other will make no heart sore, not even hers whom here perhaps we have wronged. There will be no jealousies, since each and all, themselves happy in their own and according to their own destinies, will rejoice in the happiness of others. There too our life will be one life, our work one work, our thought one thought. Nothing more shall separate us at all in that place where there is no change or shadow of turning. Therefore,
and she clasped her hands and looked upwards, her face shining like a saint's, although the tears ran down it.
Therefore, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? You talk like one upon the verge of it, who hears the beating of death's wings. Oh, it frightens me, Stella. I know nothing of that. It may be tonight, or 50 years hence. We are always on the verge, and those wings I have heard from childhood. 50, even 70 years, and after them. Oh, the infinite! One tiny grain of sand compared to the bed of the great sea, that sea from which it was washed at dawn to be blown back again at nightfall. But the dead forget. In that land all things are forgotten. Were you to die, I should call to you, and you would not answer. And when my time came, I might look for you and never find you. How dare you say it? If I die, search, and you shall see. No, do not search. Wait. At your death, I will be with you. Oh, whatever happens in life or death, here or hereafter, swear that you will not forget me, and that you will love me only. Oh, swear it, Stella. Come to this altar, she said, and when she had thought a moment, Now give me your hand. So, now, before my Maker and the presences who surround us, I marry you, Maurice Monk. Oh, not in the flesh. With your flesh I have nothing to do. But in the spirit, I take your soul to mine. I give my soul to yours. Yours it was from its birth's day. Yours it is. And when it ceases to be yours, let it perish everlastingly. Oh, so be it to both of us, for ever and for ever.
This then was their marriage. And as they walked hand in hand away from the ancient altar, which surely had been so strange a rite, there returned to Maurice an idle fantasy which had entered his mind at this very spot when they landed one morning, half frozen after the night, in the open boat. But he said nothing of it, for with the memory came a recollection of certain wandering words which that same day fell from Stella's lips, words at the thought of which his spirit thrilled and his flesh shuddered. What if she were near it, or he were near it, or both of them? What if this solemn ceremony of marriage, mocked, yet made divine, had taken place upon the very threshold of its immortal consummation? She read his thoughts and answered,
Remember always, far and near, it is the same thing. Time is nothing. This oath of ours cannot be touched by time or earthly change. I will remember, he answered.
What more did they say? He could never be sure, nor does it matter, for what is written bears its gist.
Go away first, she said presently. I promised your father that I would bring no further trouble on you, so we must not be seen together. Oh, go now, for the gale is rising fast and the darkness grows. Oh, this is hard to bear, he muttered, setting his teeth. Are you sure that we shall not meet again in after years? I am sure. You look your last upon me, on the earthly Stella, whom you know and love. It must be done, he said. It must be done, she echoed. Goodbye, husband. Till that appointed hour of meeting, when I may call you so without shame. And she held out her hand. He took and pressed it. Speak he could not. Then, like a man stricken in years, he passed down the church with bent head and shambling feet. At the door he turned to look at her. She was standing erect and proud as a conqueror, her hand resting upon the altar. Even at that distance their eyes met, and in hers, lit with a wild and sudden ray from the sinking sun, he could see a strange light shine. Then he went out of the door and dragged it to behind him, to battle his way homeward through the roaring gale that stung and buffeted him like all the gathered spites and hammerings of destiny. This then was their parting, a parting pure and stern and high, unsolaced by one soft word, unsweetened by a single kiss. Yet it seems fitting that those who hope to meet in the light of the Spirit should make their last farewells on earth beneath such solemn shadows. And Stella? After all, she was but a woman with a very human heart. She knew the truth indeed, to whom it was given to see before the due determined time of vision, but still she was troubled with that human heart, and weighed down by the flesh over which she triumphed. Now that he was gone,
Pride and strength seemed both to leave her, and with a low cry, like the cry of a wounded seabird, she cast herself down there upon the cold stones before the altar, and wept till her senses left her. The great gale roared and howled. The waters, driven onwards by its furious breath, beat upon the eastern cliffs till these melted like snow beneath them, taking their field and church, town and protecting wall, and in return casting up the wrecks of ships and the bodies of dead men. Morris could not sleep. Who could sleep in such an awful tempest? Who could sleep that had passed through such a parting? Oh, his heart ached, and he was one sick to death, and with him continually was the thought of Stella, and before him came the vision of her eyes. He could not sleep, so rising he dressed himself and went to the window. High in the heavens, swept clean of clouds by the furious blast, floated a wandering moon, throwing her ghastly light upon the swirling furious sea. Shorewards rushed in great rollers in unending lines, there to break in thunder and seethe across the shingle till the sea walls stopped them, and sent the spray flying upwards in thin white clouds. Oh, God help those in the power of the sea tonight, thought Morris, for many of them will not keep Christmas here. Then it seemed to his mind, excited by storm and sorrow, as though some power were drawing him, as though some voice were telling him that there was that which he must hear. Aimlessly, half unconsciously, he wandered to his workshop in the old chapel, turned on one of the lamps, and stood at the window watching the majestic progress of the storm, and thinking. While he remained thus, suddenly, thrilling his nerves as though with a quick shock of pain, sharp and clear, even in that roar and turmoil, rang out the sound of the electric bell. He started round and looked. Yes, as he thought, in all the laboratory there was only one bell that could ring. None other had its batteries charged, and that bell was attached to the aerophone whereof the twins stood upon the altar of the dead church. The instrument was one with the pair with which he had carried out his experiments of the last 2 months. His heart stood still. Great God! What could have caused that bell to ring? It could not ring. It was a physical impossibility unless somebody were handling the sister instrument. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, who could be there? And except one, who would know its working? With a bound he was by the aerophone and had given the answering signal. Then instantly, as though she was standing at his side in the room, for this machine does not blur the voice or heighten its tone, he heard Stella speaking. "Is it you who answer me?" she asked. "Yes, yes," he said. "But where are you at this hour of the night?" "Where you left me, in the dead church," floated back the quick reply through the raving breaths of storm. "Listen. After you went my strength gave out, and I suppose that I fainted. At least, a little while ago I woke up from a deep sleep to find myself lying before the altar here. I was frightened, for I knew that it must be far into the night, and an awful gale is blowing which shakes the whole church. I went to the door and opened it, and by the light of the moon I saw that between me and the shore lies a raging sea, hundreds of yards wide. Then I came back and threw out my mind to you, and tried to wake you, if you slept, tried to make you understand that I wished you to go to the airphone and hear me.
I will get help at once," broke in Morris. "I beg you," came back the voice, "I beg you, do not stir. The time is very short. Already the waves are dashing against the walls of the chancel, and I hear the water rumbling in the vaults beneath my feet. Oh, listen!" Her voice ceased, and in place of it there swelled the shriek of the storm which beat about the dead church. The rush, too, of the water in the hollow vaults, and the crashing of the old coffins as they were washed from their niches. Another instant, and Stella had cut off these sounds, and was speaking again. "It is useless to think of help. No boat, nothing could live upon the fearful sea. Moreover, within 5 minutes this church must fall and vanish." "Oh, my God, my God!" wailed Morris. "Oh, do not grieve. It is a waste of precious time, and do not stir till the end. I want you to know that I did not seek this death. I never dreamed of such a thing. You must tell my father so, and bid him not to mourn for me. It was my intention to leave the church within 10 minutes of yourself. This cup is given to me by the hand of fate. I did not fill it. Do you hear and understand?" "I hear, I understand," answered Morris. "Now you see," she went on, "that our talk today was almost inspired. My web is woven, my picture is painted, and to me heaven says, 'Hold!' The thought that it might be so was in your mind, was it not?" "Yes, and I answered your thought, telling you that time is nothing. This I tell you again for your comfort in the days that remain to you of life. Oh, I bless God who has dealt so mercifully to me. Where are now the long years of lonely suffering that I feared? I who stand upon the threshold of the eternal. I can talk no more. The water is rising in the church. Already it is about my knees. But remember every word which I have said to you. Remember that we are wed, truly wed, that I go to wait for you, and that even if you do not see me, I will, if I may, be near you always, till you die, and afterwards will be with you always, always." "Stay," cried Morris. "What have you to say? Be swift, the water rises and the walls are cracking. That I love you now and forever, that I will remember everything, and that I know beyond a doubt that you have seen and speak the truth. Oh, thank you for those blessed words, and for this life. Fare you well." For a moment there was silence, or at least Stella's voice was silent, while Morris stood over the aerophone, the sweat running from his face, rocking like a drunken man in his agony and waiting for the end. Then suddenly, loud, clear and triumphant, broke upon his ears the sound of that song which he had heard her sing upon the sinking ship when her death seemed near, the ancient song of the Overlord. Once more, at the last mortal ebb, while the water rose about her breast, Stella's instinct and blood had asserted themselves, and forgetting aught else, she was dying as her pagan forefathers had died, with the secret ancient chant upon her lips. Yes, she sang a Scarpedin. The heroes sang while the flame ate out his life. The song swelled on, and the great waters boomed an accompaniment.
Then came a sound of crashing walls, and for a moment it ceased, only to rise again still clearer and more triumphant. Again a crash, a seething hiss, and the instrument was silent, for its twin was shattered. Shattered also was the fair shape that held the spirit of Stella. Again and again Morris spoke eagerly, entreatingly, but the aerophone was dumb. So we ceased at length, and even then well nigh laughed when he thought that in this useless piece of mechanism he saw a symbol of his own soul, which also had lost its mate and could hold true converse with no other. Then he started up, and just as he was, ran out into the raving night. 3 hours later, when the sun rose upon Christmas Day, if any had been there to note him, they might have seen a dishevelled man standing alone upon a lonely shore. There he stood, the backwash of the mighty combers hissing about his knees, as he looked seaward beneath the hollow of his hand at a spot some 200 yards away, where one by one their long lines were broken into a churning yeast of foam. Morris knew well what broke them, the fallen ruins of the church that was now Stella's sepulchre. And oh, in that dark hour, he would have been glad to see where she lay. End of chapter 16. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 17 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 17. The Return of Mary. Curiously enough, indirectly but in fact, it was the circumstance of Stella's sudden and mysterious death that made Morris a rich and famous man, and caused his invention of the aerophone to come into common use. Very early on the following morning, but not before, she was missed from the rectory and sought far and wide. One of the first places visited by those who searched was the Abbey, whither they met Morris, returning through the gale, wild-eyed, flying-haired, and altogether strange to see. They asked him if he knew what had become of Miss Fregelius. "Yes," he replied, "she has been crushed or drowned in the ruins of the dead church, which was swept away by the gale last night." Then they stared and asked how he knew this. He answered that, being unable to sleep that night on account of the storm, he had gone into his workshop, when his attention was suddenly attracted by the bell of the aerophone, by means of which he learned that Miss Fregelius had been cut off from the shore in the church. He added that he ran as hard as he could to the spot, only to find at dawn that the building had actually entirely vanished in the gale, and that the sea had encroached upon the land by at least 200 paces. Of course, these statements concerning the aerophone and its capabilities were reported all over the world, and much criticised, very roughly in some quarters. Thereupon Morris offered to demonstrate the truth of what he had said. The controversy proved sharp, but of this he was glad. It was solace to him. Perhaps even it prevented him from plunging headlong into madness. At first he was stunned. He did not feel very much. Then the first effects of the blow passed. A sense of the swiftness and inevitableness of this awful consummation seemed to sink down into his heart and crush him. The completeness of the tragedy, its Greek play qualities, were overwhelming. Question and answer, seed and fruit. There was no space for thought or growth between them. The curtain was down upon the temporal, and lo, almost before its folds had shaken to their place, it had risen upon the eternal. His nature reeled beneath this knowledge and his loss. Had it not been for those suspicions and attacks, it might have fallen. The details of the struggle need not be entered into, as they have little to do with the life story of Maurice Monk. It is enough to say that in the end he more than carried out his promises under the severest conditions, and in the presence of various scientific bodies and other experts. Afterwards they came to the natural results. The great aerophone company was floated, in which Maurice, as vendor, received half the shares. He would take no cash, which shares, by the way, soon stood at 5 1/4. Also he found himself a noted man, was asked to deliver an address before the British Association, was nominated on the council of a leading scientific society, and in due course, after a year or two, received one of the greatest compliments that can be paid to an Englishman, that of being elected to its fellowship as a distinguished person by the committee of a famous club. Thus did Maurice prosper greatly, oh, very greatly, and in many different ways. But with all this part of his life we are scarcely concerned. On the day of his daughter's death, Maurice visited Mr. Fregelius, for whom he had a message. He found the old man utterly crushed and broken. "The last of the blood, Mr. Monk," he moaned. When Maurice, hoarse-voiced and slow-worded, had convinced him of the details of the dreadful fact. "The last of the blood, and I left childless. At least you will feel for me, and with me. You will understand." It will be seen that although outside of some loose talk in the village, which indirectly had produced results so terrible, no one had ever suggested such a thing. Curiously enough, by some intuitive process, Mr. Fregelius, who, to a certain extent at any rate, guessed his daughter's mind, took it for granted that she had been in love with Maurice. He seemed to know also by the same deductive process that he was attached to her. "I do indeed," said Maurice, with a sad smile, thinking that if only the clergyman could look into his heart, he would perhaps be somewhat astonished at the depth of that understanding sympathy. I told you," went on Mr. Fregelius, "and you laughed at me, that it was most unlucky her having sung that hateful Norse song, the greeting to death, when you found her upon the steamer Trondheim. Everything has been unlucky, Mr. Fregelius. Or lucky," he added beneath his breath, "but you would like to know that she died singing it. The aerophone told me that." "Oh, Mr. Monk," the old man said, catching his arm, "my daughter was a strange woman, a very strange woman, and since I heard this dreadful news I have been afraid that perhaps she was unhappy. She was leaving her home on your account. Yes, on your account. It's no use pretending otherwise, although no one ever told me so, and that she knew the church was going to be washed away." "She thought you might think so," answered Maurice, and he gave him Stella's last message. Moreover, he told him more of the real circumstances than he revealed to anybody else. He told him what nobody else ever knew, for on that lonely coast none had seen him enter or leave the place, how he had met her in the church, about the removal of the instruments as he left it to be inferred, and at her wish had come home alone because of the gossip which had arisen. He explained also that according to her own story, from some unexplained cause, she had fallen asleep in the church after his departure, and awakened to find herself surrounded by water, with all hope gone. "And now she is dead. Now she is dead," groaned Mr. Fregelius. "And I am alone in the world." "I am sorry for you," said Morris simply, "but there it is. It's no use looking backwards. We must look forward." "Yes, look forward, both of us, since she is hidden from both. You see, almost from the first I knew you were fond of her," added the clergyman simply. "Yes," he answered, "I am fond of her, though of that the less said the better. And because our case is the same, I hope that we shall always be friends." "You are very kind. I shall need a friend now. I am alone now, quite alone, and my heart is broken." Here it may be added that Morris was even better than his word. Out of the wealth that came to him in such plenty, for instance, he was careful to augment the old man's resources without offending his feelings, by adding permanently and largely to the endowment of the living. Also, he attended to his wants in many other ways which need not be enumerated, and not least by constantly visiting him. Many were the odd hours and the evenings that shall be told of later, which they spent together smoking their pipes in the rectory study, and talking of her who had gone, and whose lost life was the strongest link between them. Otherwise and elsewhere, except upon a few extraordinary occasions, her name rarely passed the lips of Morris. Yet within himself he mourned and mourned, although even in the first bitterness not as one without hope. He knew that she had spoken truth, that she was not dead, but only for a while out of his sight and hearing. 10 days had passed, and for Morris 10 weary, almost sleepless nights. The tragedy of the destruction of the new rector's daughter in the ruins of the dead church no longer occupied the tongues of men and paragraphs in paper. One day the sea gave up the hood of her brown ulster, the same that Morris had been seen arranging by Stephen and Eliza Layard. It was found upon the beach. After this even the local police admitted that the conjectures as to her end must be true, and since for the lack of anything to hold it on, there could be no inquest, the excitement dwindled and died. Nor indeed, as her father announced that he was quite satisfied as to the circumstances of his daughter's death, was any formal inquiry held concerning them. A few people, however, still believed that she was not really drowned, but had gone away secretly for unknown private reasons. The world remembers few people, even if they be distinguished for 10 whole days. It has not time for such long continual recollection of the dead, this world of the living who hurry on to join them. If this is the case with the illustrious, the wealthy and the powerful, how much more must it be so in the instance of the almost unknown girl, a stranger in the land? Morris and her father remembered her, for she was part of their lives and lived on with their lives. Stephen Layard mourn for the woman whom he had wished to marry, fiercely at first with a sharp pain of disappointed passion, then intermittently, and at last, after he was comfortably wedded to somebody else, with a mild and sentimental regret 3 or 4 times a year. Eliza, too, when once convinced that she was really dead, was much shocked, and talked vaguely of the judgments and dispensations of Providence, as though this victim were preeminently deserving of its most stern decrees. It was rumoured, however, among the observant that her Christian sorrow was, perhaps, tempered by a secret relief at the absence of a rival, who, as she now admitted, sang extremely well and had beautiful eyes. The Colonel also thought of the guest whom the sea had given and taken away, and with a real regret, for this girl's force, talents, and loveliness had touched and impressed him who had sufficient intellect and experience to know that she was a person cast in a rare and noble mould. But to Morris he never mentioned her name. No further confidence had passed between them on the matter. Yet he knew to his son this name was holy. Therefore, being in some ways a wise man, he thought it well to keep his lips shut, and to let the dead bury their dead. By all the rest, Stella Fregelius was soon as much forgotten as though she had never walked the earth or breathed its air. That gale had done much damage and had taken away many lives. All down the coast was heard the voice of mourning. Hers chanced to be one of them, and there was nothing to be said. On the morning of the 11th day came a telegram from Mary, addressed to Morris, and dated from London. It was brief and to the point. "Come to dinner with me at Seaview, and bring your father. Mary." When Morris drove to Seaview that evening, he was as a man in a dream. Sorrow had done its work on him, agonizing his nerves, till at length they seemed to be blunted as with a very excess of pain, much as the nerves of the victims of the Inquisition were sometimes blunted, till at length they could scarcely feel the pincers bite or the irons burn. Always abstemious also, for his last 12 days he had scarcely swallowed enough food to support him, with the result that his body weakened and suffered with his mind. Then there was a third trouble to contend with, the dull and gnawing sense of shame, which seemed to eat into his heart. In actual fact, he had been faithful enough to Mary, but in mind he was most unfaithful. How could he come to her, the woman who was to be his wife, the woman who had dealt so well by him, with the memory of that spiritual marriage at the altar of the dead church, still burning in his brain, that marriage which now was consecrated and immortalized by death? What had he to give her that was worth her taking? He, who, if the truth were known, shrank from all idea of union with an earthly woman, who longed only to be allowed to live out his time in a solitude as complete as he could find or fashion. It was monstrous, it was shameful. And then and there he determined that before ever he stood in Monksland's church by the side of Mary Porson, at least he would tell her the truth, and give her leave to choose. To his other sins against her, deceit should not be added.
"Might I suggest, Morris," said the Colonel,
who as they drove had been watching his son's face furtively by the light of the broughams lamp,
Might I suggest that, under all circumstances, Mary would perhaps appreciate an air of a little less reminiscent of funerals. You may recollect that several months have passed since you parted."
"Yes," said Morris, "and a great deal has happened in that time."
Of course. Of course. Her father is dead."
The Colonel alluded to no other death.
"Poor Porson! How painfully that beastly window in the dining room will remind me of him. Now come, here we are. Pull yourself together, old fellow."
Morris obeyed as best he could, and presently found himself following the Colonel into the drawing-room. For once in his life, as he reflected, heartily glad to have the advantage of his parents' society. He could scarcely be expected to be very demonstrative and lover-like under the fire of that observant eyeglass. As they entered the drawing-room by one door, Mary, looking very handsome and imposing in a low black dress, which became her fair beauty admirably, appeared at the other. Catching sight of Morris, she ran, or rather glided, forwards with a graceful gait that was one of her great distinctions, and caught him by both hands, bending her face towards him in an open and unmistakable invitation. In a moment it was over somehow, and she was saying, "Oh, Morris, how thin you look, and there are great black lines under your eyes. Uncle, what have you been doing to him?"
When I have had the pleasure of saying, 'How do you do' to you, my dear,"
he replied in a somewhat offended voice, for the Colonel was not fond of being overlooked, even in favour of an interesting son.
"I should be happy to do my best to answer your question."
"Oh, I am so sorry," she said, advancing her forehead to be kissed. "But we saw each other the other day, didn't we? And one can't embrace two people at once, and of course one must begin somewhere. But why have you made him so thin?" The Colonel surveyed Morris critically with his eyeglass.
"Really, my dear Mary," he replied, "I am not responsible for the variations in my son's habit of body."
Then, as Morris turned away irritably, he added in a stage whisper,
"He's been a bit upset, poor fellow. He felt your father's death dreadfully."
Mary winced a little, then recovering her vivacity, said, "Well, at any rate, uncle, I am glad to see that nothing of the sort has affected your health. I never saw you looking better."
"Ah, my dear, as we grow older we learn resignation."
"And how to look after ourselves," thought Mary. At that moment dinner was announced, and she went in on Morris's arm, the Colonel gallantly insisting that it should be so. After this things progressed a good deal better. The first plunge was over, and the cool refreshing waters of Mary's conversation seemed to give back to Morris's system some of the tone that it had lost. Also, when he thought fit to use it, he had a strong will, and he thought fit this night. Lastly, like many a man in a quandary before him, he discovered the strange advantages of a scientific but liberal absorption of champagne. Mary noticed this, as she noticed everything, and said presently, with her eyes wide open, "Might I ask, my dear, if you are ill? You are eating next to nothing, and that's your fourth large glass of champagne, you who never drank more than two. Don't you remember how it used to vex my poor dad, because he said that it always meant half a bottle wasted, and a temptation to the cook?" Morris laughed. He was able to laugh by now, and replied, as it happened, with perfect truth, that he had an awful toothache. "Oh, then everything is explained," said Mary. "Did you ever see me with a toothpaste? Well, I should advise you not, for it would be our last interview. I will paint it for you after dinner with pure carbolic acid. It's splendid. That is, if you don't drop it on any patient's tongue." Morris answered that he would stick to champagne. Then Mary began to narrate her experiences in the convent in a fashion so funny that the Colonel could scarcely control his laughter, and even Morris, toothache, heartache, and all, was genuinely amused. "Imagine, my dear Morris," she said, "you know the time I get down to breakfast, or perhaps you don't. It's one of those things which I have been careful to conceal from you, but you will one day, and I believe that over it our matrimonial happiness may be wrecked. Well, at what hour do you think I found myself expected to be up at the convent?"
7,
suggested Morris.
"At 7? At 4:45, if you please. At 4:45, every morning, did some wretched person come and ring a dinner bell outside my door. And it was no use going to sleep again, not the least, for at 5:30 2 hideous old lay sisters arrived with buckets of water. They have a perfect passion for cleanliness, and began to scrub out the cell whether you were in bed or whether you weren't."
Then she rattled on to other experiences, trivial enough in themselves, but so entertaining when touched and lightened by her native humour, that very soon the evening had worn itself pleasantly away without a single sad or untoward word.
"Good night, dear,"
said Mary to Morris, who this time managed to embrace her with becoming warmth.
"You will come and see me to-morrow, won't you? No, not in the morning. Remember, I have been getting up at 4:45 for a month, and I am trying to equalize matters. But after luncheon. Then we will sit before a good fire and have a talk, for the weather is so delightfully bad that I am sure I shan't be forced to take exercise." "Oh, very well. At 3:00,
said Morris, when the Colonel, who had been reflecting to himself, broke in.
Look here, my dear, you must be down to lunch, or if you are not, you ought to be. So, as I want to have a chat with you about some of your poor father's affairs, and am engaged for the rest of the day, I will come over then, if you will allow me." "Oh, certainly, uncle, if you like. But wouldn't Morris do instead, as representing me, I mean?" "Oh, yes," he answered. "When you are married he will do perfectly well, but until that happy event I am afraid that I must take your personal opinion." "Oh, very well," said Mary with a sigh. "I will expect you at 1:15.
End of chapter 17. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 18 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 18. 2 explanations. Accordingly, at 1:15 on the following day the Colonel arrived at Sea View, went in to lunch with Mary, and made himself very amusing and agreeable about the domestic complications of his old friend Lady Rawlings and her objectionable husband, and other kindred topics. Then, adroitly enough, he changed the conversation to the subject of the great gale, and when he talked of it a while, said suddenly,
"I suppose you have heard of the dreadful thing that happened here?"
"Oh, what dreadful thing?" asked Mary. "I have heard nothing. You must remember that I have been in a convent where one does not see the English papers."
"Oh, the death of Stella Fregelius,"
said the Colonel sadly.
"What? The daughter of the new rector? The young lady whom Morris took off the wreck, and whom I have been longing to ask him about, only I forgot last night. Do you mean to say that she is dead?" "Oh, dead as the sea can make her. She was in the old church yonder when it was swept away, and now lies beneath its ruins in 4 fathoms of water." "How awful!" said Mary. "Oh, tell me about it. How did it happen?" "Well, through Morris, poor fellow, so far as I can make out, and that is why he is so dreadfully cut up. You see, she helped him to carry out his experiments with that machine, she sitting in the church and he at home in the abbey, with a couple of miles of coast and water between them. Well, you are a woman of the world, my dear, and you must know that all sorts of things mean a great deal more intimacy than is desirable. How far that intimacy went, I do not know, and I do not care to inquire, though for my part I believe that it was very little way indeed. Still, Eliza Layard got hold of some cock and bull story, and, well, you can guess the rest, my dear." "Oh, perfectly," said Mary in a quiet voice, "if Eliza was concerned in it. But please go on with the story." "Well, the gossips came to my ears." "What, through Eliza?" queried Mary. "Through Eliza, who said," and he told her about the incident of the ulster and the dog-cart, adding that he believed it to be entirely untrue. As Mary made no comment, he went on, "I forgot to say that Miss Fregelius seems to have refused to marry Stephen Layard, who fell violently in love with her, which, to my mind, accounts for some of this gossip. Still, I thought it my duty, and the best thing I could do, to give a friendly hint to the old clergyman, Stella's father, a funny, withered-up old boy, by the way. He seems to have spoken to his daughter rather indiscreetly, whereupon she waylaid me as I was walking on the sands, and informed me that she had made up her mind to leave this place for London, where she intended to earn her living by singing and playing on the violin. I must tell you that she played splendidly, and in my opinion had one of the most glorious contralto voices that I have ever heard." "Oh, she seems to have been a very attractive young woman," said Mary, in the same quiet, contemplative voice. "I think," went on the Colonel, "take her all in all, she was about the most attractive young woman that I ever saw. Poor thing! Upon my word, dear, old as I am, I fell half in love with her myself. And so would you if you'd seen those eyes of hers." "I remember," broke in Mary, "that old Mr. Tomley, after he returned from inspecting the Northumberland living, spoke about Miss Fregelius's wonderful eyes. At the dinner party, you know, on the night when Morris proposed to me." And she shivered a little, as though she had turned suddenly cold. "Well, let me go on with my story, my dear. After she had told me this, and I had promised to help her with introductions, exactly why or how, I forget, but I asked her flat out if she was in love with Morris. Thereon, I assure you, my dear Mary, it was the most painful scene in all my long experience. The poor thing turned white as a sheet, and would have fallen if I had not have caught hold of her. When she came to herself a little, she admitted frankly that this was her case, but added, of which, of course, one may believe as much as one likes, that she had never known it until I asked the question.
"I think that is quite possible," said Mary. "And really, uncle, to me your cross-examination seems to have been slightly indiscreet."
"Oh, possibly, my dear. Very possibly. Well, even Solomon might be excused for occasionally making a mistake where the mysterious articles which young ladies call their hearts are concerned. I tell what happened, that is all. Well, shall I go on?"
"Oh, if you please."
"Well, after this she announced that she meant to see Morris once to say good-bye to him before she went to London, and left me. Well, practically the next thing I heard about her was that, she was dead."
"Oh, did she commit suicide?" asked Mary.
"It is said not. It is suggested that after Morris's interview with her at the Dead Church, for I gather there was an interview, though nobody knows about it, and that's where they met, she fell asleep, which sounds an odd thing to do in the midst of such a gale as was raging on Christmas Eve, and so was overwhelmed. But who can say? The impressionable and unhappy women have done such deeds before now, especially if they imagine themselves to have become the object of gossip. Of course, also the mere possibility of such a thing having happened on his account would be, and indeed has been, enough to drive a man like Morris crazy with grief and remorse."
"What had he to be remorseful for?" asked Mary. "If a young woman chanced to fall in love with him, why should he be blamed, or blame himself for that? After all, people's affections are in their own keeping."
"I imagine very little, if anything. At least, I know this, that when I spoke to him about the matter after my talk with her, I gathered from what he said that there was absolutely nothing between them. To be quite frank, however, as I have tried to be with you, my dear, throughout this conversation, I also gathered that this young lady had produced a certain effect upon his mind, or at least that the knowledge that she had avowed herself to be attached to him, which I am afraid to let out, for I was in a rage, produced some such effect. Well, afterwards, I believe, although I have asked no questions and am not sure of it, he went and said good-bye to her in this church, at her request. Then this dreadful tragedy happened, and there is an end of her and her story."
"Have you any object in telling it to me, uncle?"
"Yes, my dear, I have. I wished you to know the real facts before they reached you in whatever distorted version Morris's fancy or imagination or exaggerated candour may induce him to present them to you. Also, my dear, even if you find or think you find that you have cause of complaint against him, I hope that you will see your way to being lenient and, shutting your eyes a little."
"Oh, severity was never my strong point," interrupted Mary.
"For this reason," went on the Colonel, "the young woman concerned was a very remarkable person. If you could have heard her sing, for instance, you would have said so yourself. Oh, it is a humiliating confession, but I doubt whether one young man out of 100, single, engaged, or married, could have resisted being attracted by her to just such an extent as she pleased, especially if he were flattered by the knowledge that she was genuinely attracted by himself."
Mary made no answer. "Didn't you say you had some documents you wanted me to sign?" she asked presently.
"Oh, yes, here is the thing,"
and he pulled the paper out of his pocket.
"The lawyers write that it need not be witnessed."
Mary glanced at it.
"Well, couldn't Morris have brought this? He is your co-executor, isn't he? And saved you the trouble?" "Well, undoubtedly he could, but—"
"But what?"
"Well, if you want to know, my dear," said the Colonel with a grave countenance, "just now Morris is in a state in which I do not care to leave him more of this important business in his hands than is necessary."
"What am I to understand by that, uncle?" she said, looking at him shrewdly. "Do you mean that he is not quite well?"
"Yes, Mary, I mean that. He is not quite well. That is, if my observation goes for anything. I mean," he went on with a quiet vehemence, "I mean that just at present, of course, he has been so upset by this miserable affair that for my part I wouldn't put any confidence in what he says about it, or about anything else. The thing has got upon his nerves and rendered him temporarily unfit for the business of ordinary life. You know that at best of times he is a very peculiar man, and not quite like other people." "Well, have you signed that?" "Oh, thank you, my dear. By Jove! Oh, I must be off. I shall be late as it is. I shall rely upon your discretion as to what we have been talking about. May I not? But I thought it as well to let you know how the land lay." "Yes, uncle, and thank you for taking so much trouble."
When the door had closed behind him, Mary reflected a little while. Then she said to herself, "He thinks that Morris is a little off his head, and has come here to warn me. I should not be surprised, and I dare say that he is right. Anyway, a new trouble has arisen up between us, the shadow of another woman. Oh, poor thing! Well, shadows melt, and the dead do not come back. She seems to have been a very charming and clever, and I dare say that she fascinated him for a while. But with kindness and patience it will all come right. Only I do hope that he will not insist upon making too many confidences." So thought Mary, who by nature was forgiving, gentle, and an optimist, not guessing how sorely her patience as an affianced wife, and her charity as a woman of the world, would be tried within the hour. From all of which it will still be seen that for once the diplomacy of the Colonel had prospered somewhat beyond its deserts. The departed cannot explain or defend themselves, and Morris's possible indiscretions already stood discounted in the only quarter where they might do harm. Half an hour later, Mary, sitting beside the fire with her toes upon the grate and her face to the window, perceived Morris on the gravel drive, wearing a preoccupied and rather wretched air. She noted, moreover, that before he rang the bell he paused for a moment, as though to shake himself together. "Oh, here you are at last," she said cheerfully, as he bent down to kiss her. 7 whole minutes before your time, which is very nice of you. Now, sit down there and get warm, and we will have a good long talk." Morris obeyed. "My father has been lunching with you, has he not?" he said rather somewhat nervously. "Yes, my dear, and telling me all the news, and a sad budget it seems to be. About the dreadful disasters of the great gale, and the death of that poor girl who was staying with you, Miss Fregelius." At the mention of this name, Morris's face contorted itself, as the face of a man might do who was seized with a sudden pang of sharp and unexpected agony.
Mary, he said in a hoarse and broken voice, I have a confession to make to you, and I must make it. About this dead woman, I mean. I will not sail under any false colours. You must know all the truth, and then judge me. Oh, dear me, she answered. This sounds dreadfully tragic, but I may as well tell you at once that I have already heard some gossip. I dare say, but you cannot have heard all the truth, for it was known only to me and to her.
Now, do what she would to prevent it, her alarm showed itself in Mary's eyes.
What am I to understand? She said in a low voice,
and she looked a question.
Oh, no, he answered with a faint smile. Nothing at all. Not that you have been embracing her, for instance. That I understand is Eliza Layard's story. Oh, no, I never did such a thing in my life.
A little sigh of relief broke upon Mary's lips. At the worst, this was about an affair of sentiment.
I think, dear, she said in an ordinary low voice, that you had better set out the trouble in your own words, with as few details as possible, or even none at all. Such things are painful, are they not, especially where the dead are concerned?
Morris bowed his head again.
You know, I found her on the ship, singing as only she could sing, and she was a very strange and beautiful woman. But perhaps beautiful is not the word. It will do, interrupted Mary. At any rate, you thought her beautiful. Then afterwards we grew intimate, very intimate, without knowing it. Almost, indeed, I am not sure that we should ever have known it had it not been for the mischief-making of Eliza Layard. May she be rewarded, ejaculated Mary. Well, and after she, that is Eliza Layard, had spoken to my father, he attacked Mr. Fregelius, his daughter, and myself, and it seems that she confessed to my father that she was in love with you. Not altogether unnatural, perhaps from my point of view, though of course she oughtn't to have been so. Yes, and said that she was going away, and on Christmas Eve we met there in the dead church. Then somehow, for I had no intention of such a thing, all the truth came out, and I found that I was no longer master of myself, and, oh, God forgive me, and you, Mary, forgive me too, that I loved her also. And afterwards, said Mary, moving her skirts a little, and afterwards, oh, it will sound strange to you, we made some kind of compact for the next world, a sort of spiritual marriage. I can call it nothing else. Then I shook hands with her and went away. And in a few hours she was dead. Dead. But the compact stands, Mary. Yes, that compact stands. Forever. A compact of a spiritual marriage in a place where there is no marriage. Do you mean, Morris, that you wish this strange proceeding to destroy your physical and earthly engagement to myself? Oh, no, nor did she wish it. She said so. But you must judge. I feel that I have done you a dreadful wrong, and I was determined that you should know the worst. That was very good of you, said Mary reflectively, for really there is no reason why you should have told me this peculiar story. Morris, you have been working pretty hard lately, have you not? Yes,
he said rather absently. "I suppose I have." "Was this young lady what is called a mystic?" "Perhaps. Danish people often are. At any rate, she saw things more clearly than most. I mean that the future was nearer to her mind, and in a sense the past also." "Indeed, you must have found her a congenial companion. I suppose that you talked a good deal of all these things?" "Yes, sometimes we did." "And discovered that your views were curiously alike? For when one mystic meets another mystic, and the other mystic has beautiful eyes and sings divinely, the spiritual marriage will follow almost as a matter of course. What else is to be expected? But I am glad that you were faithful to your principles, both of you, and clung fast to the ethereal side of things." Morris writhed beneath this satire, but finding no convenient answer to it, made none. "Do you remember, my dear," went on Mary, "the conversation we had one day in your workshop before we were engaged? That's years ago, isn't it? About stargazing, considered as a fine art." I remember something," he said. "That I told you, for instance, that it might be better if you paid a little more attention to matters physical, lest otherwise you should go on praying for vision till you could see, and for power until you could create." Morris nodded. "Well, and I think I said, didn't I, that if you insisted upon following these spiritual exercises, the results might be that they would return to you in some concrete shape, and take possession of you, and lead you into company and surroundings which most of us think is wholesome to avoid?" "Yes, you said something like that." "It wasn't a bad bit of prophecy, was it?" went on Mary, rubbing her chin reflectively. "And you see, His Satanic Majesty knew very well how to bring about its fulfilment. Mystical, lovely, and a wonderful mistress of music, which you adore. Really, one would think that the bait must have been specially selected." Crushed though he was, Morris's temper began to rise beneath the lash of Mary's sarcasm. He knew, however, that it was her method of showing jealousy and displeasure, both of them perfectly natural, and did his best to restrain himself. "I do not quite understand you," he said. "Also, you are unjust to her." "Oh, not at all. I dare say that in herself she was what you think her, a perfect angel. Indeed, the descriptions that I have heard from your father and yourself leave no doubt of it in my mind. But even angels have been put to bad purposes. Perhaps their innocence makes it possible to take advantage of them." He opened his lips to speak, but she held up a hand and went on. "You mustn't think me unsympathetic because I put things as they appear to my very mundane mind. Now look here, Morris, it just comes to this. If this exceedingly attractive young lady had made love to you, or had induced you to make love to her, so that you ran away with her, or anything else, of course you would have behaved badly and cruelly to me, but at least your conduct would be natural and to be explained. We all know that men do this kind of thing, and women too, for the matter of that, under the influence of passion, and are often very sorry for it afterwards. But she didn't do this. She took you on your weak side, which she understood thoroughly, probably because it was her own weak side, and out-Heroded Herod, or rather out-mysticized the mystic, finishing up with some spiritual marriage, which, if it is anything at all, is impious. What right have we to make bargains for the beyond, about which we know nothing?
Oh, she did know something,
said Morris with a sullen conviction.
You think she did because you were reduced to a state of mind in which, if she had told you that the sun goes round the earth, you would have quite readily have believed her. Oh, my dear Morris, that way madness lies. Perhaps you understand now what I have been driving at, and the best proof of the absurdity of the whole thing is that I, stupid as I am, from my intimate knowledge of your character since childhood, was able to predict that something of this sort would certainly happen to you. You will admit that that is a little odd, won't you?
Yes, it's odd, or perhaps it shows that you have more of an inner sight than you know. But there were circumstances about the story which you would find difficult to explain.
Oh, not in the least. In your own answer lies the explanation. Your tendency to twist things. I prophesy certain developments from my knowledge of your character, whereupon you at once credit me with second sight, which is quite absurd.
I don't see the analogy, said Morris.
Oh, don't you? I do.
All this soul business is just a love affair gone wrong. If circumstances had been a little different, if, for instance, there had been no Mary Pawson, I doubt whether anybody would have heard much about spiritual marriages. Somehow I think that things would have settled down into a more usual groove. Morris did not attempt to answer. He felt that Mary had all the cards, and not unnaturally was in the mood to play them. Moreover, it was desecration to him to discuss Stella's most secret beliefs with any other woman, and especially with Mary. Their points of view were absolutely and radically different. The conflict was a conflict between the natural and the spiritual law, or in other words, between hard, brutal facts and theories as impalpable as the perfume of a flower or the sound waves that stirred his aerophone. Moreover, he could see clearly that Mary's interpretation of this story was simple, namely that he had fallen into temptation, and that the shock of his parting from the lady concerned, followed by the sudden and violent death, had bred illusions in his mind. In short, that he was slightly crazy. Therefore, to be well scolded, pitied, and looked after, rather than sincerely blamed. The position was scarcely heroic, or one that any man would choose to fill. Still, he felt that it had its conveniences, that at any rate it must be accepted.
All these questions are very much a matter of opinion, he said,
then added, unconsciously reflecting one of Stella's sayings,
and I dare say that the truth is for each of us exactly what each of us imagines it to be.
I was always taught that the truth is the truth, quite irrespective of our vague and often silly imaginings, the difficulty being to find out exactly what it is.
Perhaps,
answered Morris, declining argument, which is always useless between people who are determined not to sympathize with each other's views.
I knew that you would think my story foolish. I should never have troubled you with it. had I not felt it to be my duty, for naturally the telling of such a tale puts a man in a ridiculous light." "I don't think you ridiculous, Morris. I think that you were suffering slightly from shock. That is all. What I say is that I detest all this spiritual hocus-pocus to which you have always had a leaning. I fear and hate it instinctively, as some people hate cats, because I know that it breeds mischief, and that, as I said before, people who go on trying to see, do see, or fancy that they do. While we are in the world, let the world and its limitations be enough for us. When we go out of the world, then the supernatural may become the natural, and cease to be hurtful and alarming." "Yes," said Morris, "those are very good rules. Well, Mary, I have told you the history of this sad adventure, of which the book is now closed by death, and I can only say that I am humiliated. If anybody had said to me 6 months ago that I should have come to you with such a confession, I should have answered that he was a liar. But now you see—" "Yes," repeated Mary, "I see." "Then you will give me your answer, for you must judge. I have told you that you must judge." "Judge not, that ye be not judged," answered Mary. "Who am I that I should pass sentence on your failings? Goodness knows that I have plenty of my own. If you don't believe me, go and ask the nuns at that convent. Whatever were the rights and wrongs of it, the thing is finished and done with, and nobody can be more sorry for that unfortunate girl than I am. Also, I think that you have behaved very well in coming to tell me about your trouble. But then that is just like you, Morris. You couldn't be deceitful, however hard you might try. So, dear, with your leave, we will say no more about Stella Fregelius and her spiritual views. When I engaged myself to you, as I told you at the time, I did so with my eyes open, for better or for worse, and unless you tell me right out that you don't want me, I have no intention of changing my mind, especially as you need looking after, and are not likely to come across another Stella. There, I haven't talked so much for months. I am quite tired and wish to forget about all these disagreeables. I am afraid I have spoken sharply, but if so, you must make allowances, for such stories are apt to sour the sweetest-tempered woman for half an hour. If I have seemed bitter and cross, dear, it is because I love you better than any creature in the world, and can't bear to think. So you must forgive me. Do you, Morris?" "Forgive you? I forgive?" he stammered, overwhelmed. "There," she said again, very softly, stretching out her arms. "Come and give me a kiss, and let us change the subject once and for ever. I want to tell you about my poor father. He left some messages for you, Morris." End of chapter 18. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 19 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 19. Morris, the Married Man. More than 3 years had gone by. Within 12 weeks of the date of the conversation recorded in the last chapter, Morris and Mary were married in Monksland Church. Although the wedding,
is what is called quiet on account of the recent death of the bride's father, the colonel, who gave her away, was careful that it should be distinguished by a certain stamp of modest dignity, which he considered to be fitting to the station and fortune of the parties. To him, indeed, this union was the cause of heartfelt and earnest rejoicings, which is not strange, seeing that it meant nothing less than a new lease of life to an ancient family that was on the verge of disappearance. Had Maurice not married, the race would have become extinct, at any rate in the direct line, and had he married where there was no money, it might, as his father thought, become bankrupt, which in his view was almost worse. The one terror which had haunted the colonel for years, like a persistent nightmare, was that a day seemed to be at hand when the monks would be driven from Monksland, where from sire to son they had sat for so many generations. That day had nearly come when he was a young man. Indeed, it was only averted by his marriage with the somewhat humbly born Miss Porson, who brought with her sufficient dowry to enable him to pay off the major portion of the mortgages, which then crippled the estate. But at that time agriculture flourished, and the rents from the property were considerable. Moreover, the colonel was never of a frugal turn of mind, so it came about that every farthing was spent. Afterwards followed a period of falling revenues and unlet farms, but still the expenses went on, with the result, as the reader knows, that at the opening of this history things were worse than they had ever been, and indeed, without the help received from Mr. Porson, must ere that have reached their natural end. Now, the marriage of his son with a wealthy heiress set a period to all such anxiety, and unless the couple should be disappointed of issue, made it as certain as anything can be in this unstable world, that for some generations to come, at any rate, the name of Monk of Monksland would still appear in the handbooks of county families. In the event, these fears proved to be groundless, since by an unexpected turn of the wheel of chance, Maurice became a rich man in reward of his own exertions, and was thus made quite independent of his wife's large fortune. This, however, was a circumstance which the colonel could not be expected to foresee, for how could he believe that an electrical invention, which he looked upon as a mere scientific toy, would ultimately bring its author not only fame, but an income of many thousands per annum? Yet this happened. Other things happened also, which under the circumstances were quite as satisfactory, seeing that within 2 years of his marriage Maurice was the father of a son and a daughter, so that the old abbey where, by the especial request of the colonel, they had established themselves, once more echoed to the voice of little children. In those days, if any one amongst his acquaintances had been asked to point out an individual as prosperous and happy as, under the most favoured circumstances, it is given to a mortal to be, he would unhesitatingly have named Maurice Monk. What was there lacking to this man? He had lineage that in his own neighbourhood gave him standing better than that of any upstart baronet or knight, and with it health and wealth. He had a wife who was acknowledged universally to be one of the most beautiful, charming, and witty women in the county, whose devotion to himself was so marked and open that it became a public jest, who had, moreover, presented him with healthy and promising offspring. In addition to all these things, he had suddenly become in his own line one of the most famous persons in the world, so that wherever civilized man was to be found, There his name was as Monk, who invented the marvellous machine, the aerophone. Lastly, there was no more need for him, as for most of us, to stagger down his road beneath a never-lessening burden of daily labour. His work was done. A great conception completed, after half a score of years of toil and experiment had crowned it with unquestionable success. Now he could sit at ease and watch the struggles of the less fortunate. There are, however, few men on the right side of 60 whose souls grow healthier in idleness. Although nature often recoils from it, man was made to work, and he who will not work calls down upon himself some curse, visible or invisible, as he who works, although the toil seems wasted, wakes up one day to find the arid wilderness where he wanders strewn with a manna of blessing. This should be the prayer of all understanding, that whatever else it may please heaven to take away, there may be left to them the power and the will to work, through disappointment, through rebuffs, through utter failure even, still to work. Many things for which they are or are not wholly responsible are counted to men as sins. Surely, however, few will press more heavily upon the beam of the balance, when at length we are commanded to unfold the talents which we have been given and earned, than those fateful words, "Lord, mine lies buried in its napkin," or worse still, "Lord, I have spent mine on the idle pleasures which my body loved." Therefore it was not to the true welfare of Morris, when through lack of further ambition, or rather of the sting of that spur of necessity which drives most men on, he rested upon his oars, and in practice abandoned his labours, drifting down the tide. No man of high intelligence and acquisitive brain can toil arduously for a period of years, and suddenly cease from troubling to find himself, as he expects, at rest. For then into the swept and garnished chambers of that empty mind enter 7 or more blue devils. Depression marks him for its own, melancholy forebodings haunt him, remorse for past misdeeds long repented of is his daily companion. With these errors, more felt perhaps than any of them, come the devastating sense that he is thwarting the best instinct of his own nature, and the divine command to labour while there is still light, because the night draws on a pace in which no man can labour. Mary was fond of society, in which she liked to be accompanied by her husband. So Morris, whose one great anxiety was to please his wife, and fall in with her every wish, went to a great many parties which he hated. Mary liked change also, so it came about that 3 months in the season were spent in London, where they had purchased a house in Green Street that was much frequented by the Colonel, and another 2 or sometimes 3 months at the villa on the Riviera, which Mary was very fond of on account of its associations with her parents. Also in the summer and the shooting seasons, when they were at home, the old abbey was kept full of guests, for we may be sure that people so rich and distinguished did not lack for friends, and Mary made the very best of hostesses. Thus it happened that, except at the seasons when his wife retired under the pressure of domestic occurrences, Morris found that he had but little time left in which to be quiet, that his life, in short, was no longer the life of a worker, but that of a commonplace country gentleman of wealth and fashion. Now it was Mary who had brought these things about, and by design, for she was not a woman to act without reasons and an object. It is true that she liked a gay and pleasant life, for gaiety and pleasure were agreeable to her easy and somewhat indolent mind. Also they gave her opportunities of exercising her faculties of observation, which were considerable. But Mary was far fonder of her husband than of those and any other vanities. Indeed, her affection for him shone the guiding star of her existence. From childhood she had been devoted to this cousin, who, since her earliest days, had been her playmate, and at heart had wished to marry him, and no one else. Then he began his experiments and drifted quite away from her. Afterwards things changed, and they became engaged. Again the experiments were carried on, with the aid of another woman, and again he drifted away from her. Also, the drifting in this instance was attended by serious and painful complications. Now the complications had ceased to exist. They threatened her happiness no more. Indeed, had they been much worse than they were, she would have overlooked them, being altogether convinced of the truth of the old adage which points out the folly of cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. Whatever his failings or shortcomings, Morris was her joy, the human being in whose company she delighted, without whom, indeed, her life would be flat, stale, and unprofitable. The stronger then was her determination that he should not slip back into his former courses, those courses which in the end had always brought about estrangement from herself. Inventions, the details of which she could not understand, meant, as she knew well, long days and weeks of solitary brooding. Therefore inventions, and indeed all unnecessary work, were in his case to be discouraged. Such solitary brooding also drew from the mind of Morris a vague mist of thought about matters esoteric, which, to Mary's belief, had the properties of a miasma that crept like poison through his being. She wished no more stargazing, no more mysticism, and above all no more memories of the interloping woman who, in his company, had studied its doubtful and dangerous delights. Although since the day of Morris's confession Mary had never even mentioned the name of Stella to him, she by no means forgot that such a person once existed. Indeed, carelessly and without seeming to be anxious on the subject, she informed herself about her down to the last possible detail, so that within a few months of the death of Miss Fregelius she knew, as she thought, everything that could be known of her life at Monksland. Moreover, she saw 3 different pictures of her. One, a somewhat prim photograph which Mr. Fregelius, her father, possessed, taken when she was about 20. Another, a coloured drawing made by Morris, who was rather clever at catching likenesses, of her as she appeared singing in the chapel on the night when she had drawn the page-boy, Thomas, from his slumbers. And the third, also a photograph, taken by some local amateur, of her and Morris standing together on the beach and engaged evidently in eager discussion. From these 3 pictures, and especially from Morris's sketch, which showed the spiritual light shining in her eyes, and her face wrapped, as it were, in a very ecstasy of music, Mary was able to fashion with some certainty the likeness of the living woman. The more she studied this, the more she found it formidable, and the more she understood how it came about that her husband had fallen into folly. Also she learned to understand that there might be greater weight and meaning in his confession than she had been inclined to allow to it at the time. That, at any rate, its extravagances ought not to be set down entirely as her father-in-law had suggested with such extreme cleverness, to the vagaries of a mind suffering from sudden shock and alarm. All these conclusions made Mary anxious. By wrapping her husband round with common domestic cares and a web of daily social incident, to bury the memory of this Stella beneath ever-thickening strata of forgetfulness. Not that in themselves these reminiscences, however hallowed, could do her any actual harm, but because the train of thought evoked thereby was, as she conceived, morbid and dangerous to the balance of his mind. The plan seemed wise and good, and in the case of most men probably would have succeeded. Yet, in Morris's instance, from the commencement, it was a failure. She had begun by making his story and ideas absurd enough on the face of them, an object of somewhat acute sarcasm, if not ridicule. This was a mistake, since thereby she caused him to suppress every outward evidence of them, to lock them away in the most secret recesses of his heart. If the lid of a cauldron full of fluid is screwed down while a fire continues to burn beneath it, the steam, which otherwise would have passed away harmlessly, gathers and struggles till the moment of inevitable catastrophe. The fact that for a while the cauldron remains inert and the steam invisible is no indication of safety. To attain safety in such a case, either the fire must be raked out or the fluid tapped. Mary had screwed down the lid of her domestic cauldron, but the flames still burned beneath, and the water still boiled within. This was her first error, and the second proved almost as mischievous. She thought to divert Morris from a central idea of a multitude of petty counter-attractions. She believed that by stopping him from the scientific labours and esoteric speculation connected with this idea, that it would be deadened and in time obliterated. As a matter of fact, by thus emptying his mind of its serious and accustomed occupations, Mary made room for the very development she dreaded to flourish like an upas tree. For although he breathed no word of it, although he showed no sign of it, to Morris the memory of the dead was a constant companion. Time heals all things. That is the common saying. But would it be possible to formulate any fallacy more complete? There are many wounds that time does not heal, and often enough against the dead it has no power at all. For how can time compete against the eternity of which they have become a part? The love of them, where they have been truly loved, remains quite unaltered. In some instances, indeed, it is imbued with a power of terrible and amazing growth. On earth, very probably, that deep affection would have become subject to the natural influences of weakening and decay, and in the instance of a man and a woman, the soul-possessing passion might have passed, to be replaced by a more moderate, custom-worn affection. But the dead are beyond the reach of those mouldering fingers. There they stand, perfect and unalterable, with arms which never cease from beckoning, with a smile that never grows less sweet. Come storm, come shine, nothing can tarnish the pure and gleaming robes in which our vision clothes them. We know the worst of them, their faults and their failings cannot vex us afresh, their errors are all forgiven. It is their best part only that remains unrealized and unread, their purest aspirations which we follow with leaden wings, their deepest thoughts that we still strive to plumb with the short line of our imagination and experience, and to weigh in our imperfect balances. Yes, there they stand, and smile, and beckon, while ever more radiant grows their brows, and more to be desired the knowledge of their perfect majesty. There is no human passion like this passion for the dead, none so awful, none so holy, none so changeless, for they have become eternal, and our desire for them is sealed with the stamp of their eternity, and strengthens in the shadow of its wings till the shadows flee away, and we pass to greet them in the dawn of the immortal morning. Yes, within the secret breast of Morris the flame of memory still burned, and still seethed those bitter waters of desire for the dead. Oh, there was nothing carnal about this desire, since the passions of the flesh perish with the flesh. Nor was there anything of what a man may feel when he sees a woman whom he loves and who loves him, forced to another fate. For to those he robs death has this advantage over the case of other trivial rivals. His embrace purifies, and of it we are not jealous. The longing was spiritual, and for this reason it did not weaken, but indeed became a part of him, to grow with the spirit from which it took its birth. Still, had it not been for a chance occurrence, there in the spirit it might have remained buried, in due course to pass away with it and seek its expression in unknown conditions and regions unexplored. In a certain fashion, Morris was happy enough. He was very fond of his wife, and he adored his little children as men of tender nature do adore those that are helpless, and for those whose existence they are responsible. He appreciated his public reputation, his wealth, and the luxury that lapped him round, and above all he was glad to have been the means of restoring, and indeed of advancing, the fortunes of his family. Moreover, as has been said, above all things he desired to please Mary, the lovely, amiable woman who had complimented him with her unvarying affection, and, when he went astray, who, with scarcely a reproach, had led him back into his gentle fold. Least of all, therefore, was it his will to flaunt before her eyes the spectre from a past which she wished to forget, or even to let her guess that such a past still permeated his present. Therefore, on this subject settled the silence of the dead, till at length Mary, observant as she was, became well nigh convinced that Stella Fregelius was forgotten, and that her fantastic promises were disproved. Yet no mistake could have been more profound. It was Morris's habit, whenever he could secure an evening to himself, which was not very often, to walk to the rectory and smoke his pipe in the company of Mr. Fregelius. Had Mary chanced to be invisibly present, or to peruse a stenographic report of what passed at one of those evening calls, whereof, for reasons which she suppressed, she did not entirely approve, she might have found sufficient cause to vary her opinion. On these occasions, ostensibly Morris went to talk about the parish affairs, and, indeed, to a certain extent he did talk about them. For instance, Stella, who had been so fond of music, once described to him the organ which she would like to have in the fine old parish church of Monksland. Now, that renovated instrument stood there, and was the admiration of the countryside, as it well might be in view of the fact that it had cost over £4,000. Again, Mr. Fregelius wished to erect a monument to his daughter, which, as her body never had been found, could properly be placed in the chancel of the church. Morris entered heartily into the idea, and undertook to spend the hundreds of pounds which the old gentleman had saved for this purpose, on his account and to the best advantage. In effect, he did spend it to excellent advantage, as Mr. Fregelius admitted when the monument arrived. It was a lovely thing, executed by one of the first sculptors of his day, in white marble upon a black stone bed, and represented the mortal shape of Stella. There she lay to the very life, wrapped in a white robe, portrayed as a sleeper awakening from the last sleep of death, her eyes wide and wondering, and on her face that rapt look which Morris had caught in his sketch of her, singing in the chapel. At the edge of the base of this remarkable effigy, set flush on the black marble in letters of plain copper, was her name, Stella Fregelius, with the date of her death. On one side appeared the text that she had quoted, "O death, where is thy sting?" and on the other its continuation, "O grave, where is thy victory?" And at the foot part of a verse were the 42nd Psalm, "Deep calleth unto deep, all thy waves and storm have gone over me." Like the organ, this monument, which stood in the chancel, was much admired by everybody, except Mary, who found it rather theatrical, and indeed, when nobody was looking, surveyed it with a gloomy and doubtful eye. That Morris had something to do with the thing she was quite certain, since she knew well that Mr. Fregelius would never have invented any memorial so beautiful and full of symbolism. Also she doubted his ability to pay for a piece of statuary which must have cost many hundreds of pounds. A third reason, which seemed to her conclusive, was that the face on the statue was the very face of Morris's drawing, although, of course, it was possible that Mr. Fregelius might have borrowed the sketch for the use of the sculpture. But of all this, although it disturbed her, occurring as it did just when she hoped that Stella was beginning to be forgotten, she spoke not a word to Morris. "Least said, soonest mended," is a good, if homely, motto, or so thought Mary. The monument had been in place a year, but whenever he was at home Morris's visits to Mr. Fregelius did not grow fewer. Indeed, his wife noticed that, if anything, they increased in number, which, as the organ was now finished down to the last allegorical carving of its case, seemed remarkable and unnecessary. Of course, the fact was that on these occasions the conversation invariably centred on one subject, and that subject, Stella. Considered in certain aspects, it must have been a piteous thing to see and hear these two men, each of them bereaved of one who to them, above all others, had been the nearest and dearest, trying to assuage their grief by mutual consolations. Morris had never told Mr. Fregelius all the depth of his attachment to his daughter, at least not in actual unmistakable words, although, as has been said, from the first her father took it for granted, and Morris, tacitly at any rate, had accepted the conclusion. Indeed, very soon he found that no other subject had such charms for his guest, that of Stella he might talk for ever without the least fear that Morris would be weary. So the poor, childless, unfriended old man put aside the reserve and timidity which clothed him like a garment, and talked on into these sympathetic ears, knowing well, however, for the freemasonry of their common love taught it to him, that in the presence of a third person her name, no allusion to her, even must pass his lips. In short, these conversations grew at length into a kind of séance, or solemn rite, a joint offering to the dead of the best that they had to give, their tenderest thoughts and memories, made in solemn secrecy and with uplifted hearts and minds. Mr. Fregelius was an historian, and possessed some interesting records upon which it was his habit to descant. Amongst other things, he instructed Morris in the annals of Stella's ancestry upon both sides, which, as it happened, could be traced back for many generations. In these discourses it grew plain to his listener whence had sprung certain of her qualities, such as her fearless attitude towards death and her tendency towards mysticism. Here in these musty chronicles, far back in the times when those of whom they kept record were half, if not wholly, heathen, these same qualities could be discovered among her forebears. Indeed, there was one woman of whom the saga told, a certain ancestra called Sevuna, whereof it is written that she was of all women the very finest, that she drew the hearts of men with her wonderful eyes, as the moon draws mists from a marsh, who in some ways might have been Stella herself, Stella unchristianized and savaged. This Sevuna's husband rebelled against the king of his country, and being captured was doomed to a shameful death by hanging as a traitor. Thereon, under pretence of bidding him farewell, she administered poison to him, partaking of the same herself, and, continues the saga, they both of them, until their pains overcame them, died singing a certain ancient song which had descended in his family of one of them, and is called the Song of the Overlord, or the Offering to Death. This song, while strength and voice remain to them, it is the duty of this family to say or sing, or so they hold it, in the hour of their death. But if they sing it, except by way of learning its words and music from their mothers, and escape death, it will not be for very long, seeing that when once the offering is laid upon the altar, the Overlord considers it his own, and after the fashion of gods and men, takes it as soon as he can. So sweet and strange was the singing of this Sevuna until she choked, that the king and his nobles came out to hear it. And all men thought it a great marvel that a woman should sing thus in the very pains of death. Moreover, they declared, many of them, that while the songs went on, they could think of nothing else, and that strange and wonderful visions passed before their eyes. But of this nobody can know the truth for certain, as the woman and her husband died long ago.
You see,
said Mr. Fregelius, when he had finished translating the passage aloud,
it is not wonderful that I thought it unlucky when I heard that you had found Stella singing this same song upon the ship, much as centuries ago her ancestra Sevuna sang it while she and her husband died. Oh, at any rate, the omen fulfilled itself, answered Morris with a sigh. She too died with this song upon her lips, though I do not think that it had anything to do with these things, which were fated to befall. Well, said the clergyman, the fate is fulfilled now, and the song will never be sung again. She was the last of her race. It was a law among them that neither words nor music should ever be written down.
When old tales and legends were exhausted, and outside the immediate object of their search, some of them were of great interest to a man who, like Morris, had knowledge of Norse literature, and was delighted to discover in Mr. Fregelius a scholar acquainted with the original tongues in which they were written. These companions fell back upon other matters, but all of them had to do with Stella. One night the clergyman read some letters written by her as a child from Denmark. On another she produced certain dolls which she had dressed at the same period of her life in the costume of the peasants of that country. On a third he repeated a piece of rather indifferent poetry, composed by her when she was a girl of 16. Its strange title was The Resurrection of Dead Roses. It told how in its author's fancy the flowers which were cut and cast away on earth bloomed again in heaven, never to wither more. A pretty allegory, but treated in a childish fashion. Thus then, from time to time, as occasion offered, did this strange pair celebrate the rites they thought so harmless, and upon the altar of memory make offerings to their dead. End of chapter 19. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 20 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 20. Stella's Diary. It seems to be a law of life that nothing can stand completely still and changeless. All must vary, must progress or retrograde. The very rocks in the bowels of the earth undergo organic alterations, while the eternal hills that cover them increase or are worn away. Much more is this obvious in the case of ephemeral man, of his thoughts, his works, and everything wherewith he has to do. He who within the period of a few short years is doomed to appear, wax, wane, and vanish. Even the conversations of Mr. Fregelius and Morris were subject to the working of this universal rule, and in obedience to it must travel towards a climax, either of fruition, however unexpected, or, their purpose served, whatever it may have been, to decay and death, for lack of food upon which to live and flourish. The tiniest groups of impulses or incidents have their goal as sure as appointed as that of a cluster of vast globes that form a constellation. Between them the principal distinction seems to be one of size, and at present we are not in a position to say which may be the most important, the issue of the smallest of unrecorded causes, or of the travelling of the great worlds. The destiny of a single human soul, shaped or directed by the one, for aught we know, may be of more weight and value than that of the multitude of hoary universes naked of life and spirit. Or perhaps to the eye that sees and judges, the difference is nothing. Thus even these semi-secret interviews, when two men met to talk over the details of a lost life with which, however profoundly it may have influenced them in the past, they appeared, so far as this world is concerned, to have nothing more to do, were destined to affect the future of one of them in a fashion that could scarcely have been foreseen. This became apparent, or put itself in the way of becoming apparent, when on a certain evening Morris found Mr. Fregelius seated in the rectory dining-room, and by his side a little pile of manuscript volumes, bound in a shabby cloth. "Oh, what are those?" asked Morris. "Her translation of the saga of the Caves of Outlaws?" "Oh, no, Morris," answered Mr. Fregelius. He called him Morris when they were alone. "Of course not. Don't you remember that they were bound in red?" he added reproachfully, "and that we did them up to send to the publisher last week?" Yes, of course. He wrote to me yesterday to say that he would be glad to bring out the book." Morris did not add, "at my risk." "Oh, but what are they?" They are," replied Mr. Fregelius, "her journals, which she appears to have kept ever since she was 14 years of age. You remember she was going to London on the day that she was drowned, that Christmas Day. Well, before she went out to the old church, she packed her belongings into 2 boxes, and there those boxes have lain for 3 years and more, because I could never find the heart to meddle with them. But a few nights ago I was not able to sleep. I rest very badly now. So I went and undid them, lifting out all of the things which her hands had put there. At the bottom of one of the boxes I found these volumes, except the last of them, in which she was writing till the day of her death. That was at the top. I was aware that she kept a diary, for I have seen her making the entries, but of its contents I knew nothing. In fact, until last night I had forgotten its existence." "Oh, have you read it now?" asked Morris. "I have looked into it. It seems to be a history of her thoughts and theories. Facts are very briefly noted. It occurred to me that you might like to read it." "Why not?" "Oh, yes, very much," answered Morris eagerly. "That is, if you think she will not mind. You see, it is private." Mr. Fregelius took no notice of the tense in which Morris made use, for the reason that it seemed natural to him that he should employ it. Their strange habit was to talk of Stella, not as we speak of one dead, but as a living individuality with whom they chanced for a while to be unable to communicate. "I do not think that she will mind," he answered slowly. "Quite the reverse. Indeed, it is a record of a phase and period of her existence which I believe she might wish those who are, interested in her to study, especially as she had no secrets that she should desire to conceal. From first to last, I believe her life to have been as clear as the sky, and as pure as running water." "Oh, very well," answered Morris. "If I come across any passage that I think I ought not to read, I will skip it." "Oh, I can find nothing of the sort, or I would not give it to you," said Mr. Fregelius. "But, of course, I have not read the volumes through as yet. There has been no time for that. I have sampled them here and there, that is all." That night Morris took those shabby notebooks home with him. Mary, who according to her custom went to bed early, being by this time fast asleep, he retired to his laboratory in the old chapel, where it was his habit to sit, especially when, as at the present time, his father was away from home. Here, without wasting a moment, he began to study them. It was with very strange sensations, such as he had never before experienced, that he opened the first of the volumes, written some 13 years earlier, that is about 10 years before Stella's death. Their actual acquaintance had been but brief. Now he was about to complete his knowledge of her, to learn many things which he had found no time or had forgotten to inquire into, to discover the explanation of various phases of her character hitherto but half revealed. Perhaps to trace to its source the energy of that real but mystic faith with which it was informed. This diary that had come, or perhaps had been sent to him, in so unexpected a fashion, was the key whereby he hoped to open the most hidden chambers of the heart of the woman whom he loved, and who loved him with all her strength and soul. Little wonder, then, that he trembled upon the threshold of such a search. He was like the neophyte of some veiled religion who, after long years of arduous labour and painful preparation, is at length conducted to the doors of its holy of holies, and left to enter there alone. What will he find beyond them? The secret he longed to learn, the seal and confirmation of this hard-won faith, or empty, bulking nothingness? Would the goddess herself, the unveiled Isis, wait to bless her votary within these doors? Or would that hall be tenanted but by a painted and bedizened idol, a thing fine with ivory and gold, but dead and soulless? Might it not be better indeed to turn back while there was yet time, to be content to dwell on in the wide outer courts of the imagination, where faith is always possible, rather than to hazard all? No, it would, Morris felt, be best to learn the whole truth, especially as he was sure that it could not prove other than satisfying and beautiful. Blind must he have been indeed, and utterly without intuition, if with every veil that was withdrawn from it, the soul of Stella did not shine more bright. Another question remained. Was it well that he should read these diaries? Was not his mind already full enough of Stella? If once he began to read, might it not become overladen? In short, Mary had dealt well by him. When these books were open in his hand, would he be dealing well by Mary? Answers, excellent answers, to these queries sprang up in his mind by dozens. Stella was dead. "But you have sworn to her in death," commented the voice of conscience. "Would you rob the living of your allegiance before the time?" There was no possible harm in reading the records of the life and thoughts of a friend, or even of the love departed. "Yet," suggested the voice of conscience, "are you so sure that this life is departed? Have you not at all whiles felt its presence, that mysterious presence of the dead, so sweet, so heavy, and so unmistakable, with which at some time or other in their lives many have made acquaintance? Will not the study of this cause the life to draw near? The absorption of those thoughts bring about the visits of other and greater thoughts, whereby they may have been, as it were, the seed." Anyone who knew its author would be interested to read this human document, the product of an intelligence singularly bright and clear, of a vision whose point of outlook was one of the highest and most spiritual peaks in the range of our human imaginings. "Quite so," agreed the voice of conscience. "For instance, Mary would be delighted. Why not begin with her? In fact, why not peruse these pages together? It would lead to some interesting arguments. Why pore over them in this selfish manner, all alone and at the dead of night, when no one can possibly disturb you, or, since you have blocked the hagioscope, even see you? And why does the door of that safe stand open? Because of the risk of fire if anyone should chance to come in with a candle, I suppose. No, of course it would not be right to leave such books about, especially as they do not belong to you. Then, enraged, or at least seriously irritated by those impertinent comments of his inner self upon himself, Morris bade conscience to be gone to its own place. Next, after contemplating it for a while as Eve might have contemplated the apple, unmindful of a certain petition in the Lord's Prayer, he took up the volume marked 1 and began to read the well-remembered handwriting with its quaint medieval-looking contractions. Even at the age when its author had opened her diary, he noted that this writing was so tiny and neat that many of the pages might have been taken from a monkish missal. Also there were few corrections. What she set down was already determined in her mind. From that time forward Morris sat up even later than usual, nor did he waste those precious solitary hours. But the diary covered 10 full years of a woman's life, during all of which time certainly never a week passed without her making entries in it, some of them of considerable length. Thus it came about, for he skipped no word, that a full month had gone by before Morris closed the last volume and slipped it away into the hiding-place in the safe. As Mr. Fregelius had said, the history was a history of thoughts and theories rather than of facts, but notwithstanding this, perhaps on account of it, indeed it was certainly a work which would have struck the severest and least interested critic as very remarkable. The prevailing note was that of vividness. What the writer had felt, what she had imagined, what she had desired, was all set out, frequently in but few words, with such crystal clearness, such incisive point, that it came home to the reader's thought as a flash of sudden light might come home to his eye. In a preeminent degree Stella possessed the gift of expression. Even her most abstruse self-communings and speculations were portrayed so sharply that the meanings could not possibly be mistaken. This it was that gave the book much of its value. Her thoughts were not vague. She could define them in her own consciousness, and, what is more rare, on paper. So much for the form of the journal. Its matter is not so easy to describe. At first, as might be expected from her years, it was somewhat childish in character, but not on that account the less sweet and fragrant of a child's poor heart. Here with stern accuracy were recorded her little faults of admission and commission, how she had answered crossly, how she had not done her duty, varied occasionally with short poems, some copied, some of her own composition, and prayers also of her making, one or two of them very touching and beautiful. From time to time, too, indeed this habit clung to her to the last, she introduced into her diary descriptions of scenery, generally short and detached, but set there evidently because she wished to preserve a sketch, in words, of some sight that had moved her mind. Here is a brief example, describing a scene in Norway, where she was visiting, as it appeared to her upon the evening in late autumn. This afternoon I went out to gather cranberries on the edge of the fir belt below the stead. Beneath me stretched the great moss swamp, so wide I could not discern its borders, and grey as the sea in winter. The wind blew, and in the west the sun was setting. a big red sun which glowed like the copper-coloured cathedral dome that we saw last week. All about in the moss stood pools of black stagnant water with little straggling bushes growing round them. Under the clouds they were ink, but in the path of the red light there they were blood. A man with a large basket on his back and a long staff in his hand was walking across the moss from west to east. The wind tossed his cloak and bent his grey beard as he threaded his way among the pools. The red light fell upon him also, and he looked as though he were on fire. Before him, gathering thicker as the sun sank, were shadows and blackness. He seemed to walk into the blackness like a man wading into the sea. It swallowed him up. He must have felt very lonely with no one near him in that immense grey place. Now he was all gone, except his head that wore a halo of the red light. He looked like a saint struggling across the world into the black gates. For a minute he stood still as though he were frightened. Then a sudden gust seemed to sweep him on again, right into the gates, and I lost sight of that man whom I shall never see any more. I wonder whether he was a saint or a sinner, what he will find beyond the gates. A curlew flew past me, born out of the darkness, and its cry made me feel sad and shiver. It might have been the man's soul, which wished to look upon the sight again. Then the sun sank, and there was no light, only the wind moaning, and far, far away the sad cry of the curlew. This description was simple and unpolished as it was short, yet it impressed the mind of Morris, and its curious allegorical note appealed to his imagination. The grey moss broken by stagnant pools, lonesome and primeval, the dreary pipe of the wildfowl, the red angry sun fronting the gloom of the advancing oblivious night, the solitary traveller, wind-buffeted, way-worn, aged, heavy-laden, fulfilling the last stage of his appointed journey to a realm of sleep and shadow. All these sprang into vision as he read, till the landscape, concentrated and expressing itself in its tiny central point of human interest, grew more real in memory and meaning than many with which he was himself familiar. Yet that description was written by an untrained girl not yet 17 years of age, but with such from first to last, and this was by no means the best of them, he found her pages studied. Then, jotted down from day to day, came the account of the illness and death of her twin sister, Gudrun, a pitiful tale to read. Hopes, prayers, agonies of despair, all were recorded. The last scene also was set out with plain and noble dignity, written by the bed of death in the presence of death. Now, under the hand of suffering, the child had become a woman, and, as was fitting, her full soul found relief in deeper notes. "Goodbye, Gudrun," she ended. "My heart is broken, but I will mourn you no more. God has called you, and we give you back to God. Wait for me, my sister, for I am coming also, and I will not linger. I will walk quickly." It was from this sad day of her only sister's death that the first real developments of the mystical side of Stella's character must be dated. The sudden vanishing in Gudrun in the bloom of youth and beauty brought home to her the lesson which all must learn, in such a fashion that henceforth her whole soul was tinged to its sad hue. "Now I understand all," she wrote after returning from the funeral. "We do not live to die. We die to live. As a grain of sand to the whole shore, as a drop of water to the whole sea, so is what we call life to the real life. Of course, one has always been taught that in church, but I never really comprehended it before. Henceforth this thought shall be part of me. Every morning when I wake I will remember that I am one night nearer to the great dawn. Every night when I lay down to sleep I will thank God that another day of waiting has ended with the sunset. Yes, and I will try to live so that after my last sunset I may meet the end as did Gudrun, without a single doubt or fear. For if I have nothing to reproach myself with, why should I be reproached? If I have longed for light and lived towards the light, however imperfect I may be, why should I be allotted to the darkness?" Almost on the next page appeared a prayer, "For the welfare and greater glory of her who was dead, and for the mourner who was left alive," with this quaint note appended: "My father would not approve of this, as it is against the rubric, but all the same I mean to go on praying for the dead. Why should I not? If my poor petitions cannot help them who are above the need for help, at least they may show that they are not forgotten. Oh, that must be the bitter part, to live on full of love and memory, and watch forgetfulness creeping into the hearts of the loved and the remembered. The priest never thought of it, but there lies the real purgatory." The diary showed it to be a little more than a year after that this spiritual doubts began to possess the soul of Stella. After all, was she not mistaken? Was there any world beyond the physical? Were we not mere accidents, born of the will or the chance of the flesh, and shaped by the pressures of centuries of circumstance? Were not all religions different forms of a gigantic fraud played by his own imagination upon blind, believing man? And so on to the end of the long list of those questions which were as old as thought. "I look," she wrote under the influence of this mood, "but everywhere is blackness, blackness without a single star. I cry aloud, but the only answer is the echo of my own voice beating back upon me from the deaf heavens. I pray for faith, yet faith fades and leaves me. I ask for signs, and there is no sign. The argument? So far as I have read and heard, it seems the other way. And yet I do not believe their proofs. I do not believe that so many generations of good men would have fed full upon the husk of lies, and have lain down to sleep at last as though satisfied with meat. My heart rises at the thought. I am immortal. I know that I am immortal. I am a spirit. In days to come, unchained by matter, time or space, I shall stand before the throne of the Father of all spirits, receiving of his wisdom and fulfilling his commandments. Yet, O God, help thou my unbelief. O God, draw and deliver me from this abyss. From this time forward, here and there in the diary were to be found passages, or rather sentences, that Morris did not understand. They alluded to some secret and persistent effort which the writer had been making, and after one of them these words came: "I have failed again, but she was near me. I am sure that she was very near me." Then at last came this entry, which, as the writing showed, was written with a shaking hand. "I have seen her beyond the possibility of doubt. She appeared and was with me quite a while, and oh, the rapture! It has left me weak and faint after all that long, long preparation. It is of the casting forth of spirits that it is said, This kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting. But it is also true of the drawing of them down. To see a spirit, one must grow akin to spirits, which is not good for us who are still in the flesh. I am satisfied. I have seen, and I know. Now I shall call her back no more, lest the thing should get the mastery of me, and I become unfitted for my work on earth. This morning I could scarcely hold the bow of the violin, and its sweetest notes sounded harsh to me. I heard discords among their harmonies. Also, I had no voice to sing, and after all the money and time that have been spent upon them, I must keep up my playing and singing, since perhaps in the future, if my father's health should fail, as it often threatens to do, they may be our only means of livelihood. No, I shall try no more. I will stop while there is yet time, while I am still my own mistress and have the strength to deny me this awful joy. But I have seen, and I am thankful, who shall never doubt again. Yet the world, and those who tread it, can never more be quite the same to me, and that is not wholesome. This is the price which must be paid for vision of that which we were not meant to touch, or taste, or handle. After this, for some years, until it was decided indeed that they should move to Monksland, there was little of startling interest in the diary. It recorded descriptions of the wild moorland scenery, of birds and ferns and flowers. Also there were sketches of the peasantry and of gentlefolk with whom the writer came into contact. Very shrewd and clever, some of them, but with this peculiarity, that they were absolutely free from unkindness of thought or words, though sometimes their author allowed herself the license of a mitigated satire. Such things, with notes of domestic and parish matters, and of the progress made in her arduous and continual study of vocal and instrumental music, made up the sum of these years of the diary. Then at length, at the beginning of the last volume, came this entry: "The unexpected has happened. Somebody has actually been found in whose eyes this cure of souls is desirable, namely a Mr. Tomley, the rector of a village called Monksland, upon the east coast of England. I will sum up the history of the thing. For some years I have been getting tired of this place, although in a way I love it too.
It is so lonely here, and I confess my weakness. Playing and singing as I do now, I should like occasionally to have a better audience than a few old, half-deaf clergymen, their preoccupied and commonplace wives, some yeoman farmers, and a curate or two. It was last year, though I find that I didn't put it down at the time, that at the concert in the aid of the rebuilding of Pankford Church, I played Tartini's Il Trillo del Diavolo, to me one of the weirdest and most wonderful bits of violin music in the world. I know that I was almost crying when I finished it. But next day I saw in the report of the local paper, written by our musical man, that Miss Fregelius then relieved the proceedings with a comic interlude on the violin, which was much appreciated by the audience. It was that, I confess it, yes, the idiotic remark of our musical man, which made me determine, if it was in any way possible, that I would shake the dust of the village off my feet. Then, so far as my father is concerned, the stipend is wretched and decreasing. Also, he has never really got on here. He is too shy, too reserved, perhaps in a way too read and educated for these rough and ready people. Even his foreign name goes against him. The curates about here call him Frigid Fregelius. It is the local idea of a joke. So I persuaded him to advertise for an exchange, although he said it was a mere waste of money, as nobody in his senses would look at this parish. Then came the wonderful thing. After the very first advertisement, yes, the very first, arrived a letter from Mr. Tomley, rector of Monksland, where the stipend is £100 a year better than this, saying that he would wish to inquire into the matter. He has inquired. He has been. A pompous old gentleman with a slow voice and a single lock of white hair above his forehead. He says that it is satisfactory, and that, subject to the consent of the bishop, etc., he thinks that he will be glad to effect the exchange. Afterwards I found him in front of the house, staring at the moorlands behind, the sea in the front, and the church in the middle, and looking very wretched. I asked him why he wanted to do it. The words popped out of my mouth. I couldn't help them. It was all so odd. Then I found out the reason. Mr. Tomley has a wife who is, or thinks she is, I am not sure which, an invalid, and who I gather speaks to Mr. Tomley with no uncertain sound. Mr. Tomley's wife was the niece of a long-departed rector who was inducted in 1815, and reigned here for more than 45 years. He was rich, a bachelor, and rebuilt the church. Is it not all written in the fly-leaf of the last register? Mrs. Tomley inherited her father's landed property in this neighbourhood, and says that she is only well in the heir of Northumberland. So Mr. Tomley has come up here, which he doesn't at all like, although I gather that he is glad to escape from his present squire, who seems to be a distinguished but arbitrary old gentleman, an ex-colonel of the Guards, rather quarrelsome too, with a habit of making fun of Mrs. Tomley. Well, there's the explanation. So, just because of the silly criticism of our musical man, we are going to move several 100 miles. But is that really the cause? Are these things done of our own desire?
Or do we do them because we must, as our forefathers believed? Beneath our shouts and chatterings they have always heard the slow thunder of the waves of fate. Through the flare of our straw fires and the dust of our hurrying feet they could always see the shadow of his black banners and of the sheen of the advancing spears, and for them every wayside signpost was painted with his finger. I think I like that too, perhaps because I am all, nearly all, Norse, and we do not shake off the strong and ancient shackle of our blood in the space of a few generations of Christian freedom and enlightenment. Yes, I see the finger of fate upon the signpost of an advertisement in a church paper. His flag is represented to me by Mr. Tomley's white and cherished lock. Assuredly our migration is decreed of the Norns. Therefore I accept it without question. But I should like to know what kind of a web of destiny they are weaving for us yonder in the place called Monksland. The end of chapter 20. Recorded by Patrick79. Chapter 21 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 21. The end of Stella's diary. A month or two later in the diary came the account of the shipwreck of the Trondheim and of the writer's rescue from imminent death. My first great adventure, the pages were headed. They told how her father, with whom ready money was a scarce commodity, and who had a passion for small and uncomfortable economies, suddenly determined to save £2 or £3 by taking a passage in a Norwegian tramp steamboat named the Trondheim. This vessel, laden with a miscellaneous cargo, had put in at a Northumbrian port, and carried freight consisting of ready-made windows, door frames, and other wooden house fittings, suited to the requirements of the builders of the seaside villas, to be delivered at the rising watering place of Northwold, upon her way to London. Then followed a description of the voyage, the dirt of the ship, the surpassing nastiness of the food, and the roughness of the crew, whose sailor-like qualities inspired the writer with no confidence. Next, the diary which now had been written up by Stella in the Abbey where Morris read it, went on to tell of how she had gone to her berth one night in the cabin next to that occupied by her father, and being tired by a long day in the strong sea air, had fallen instantly into a heavy sleep, which was disturbed by a nightmare-like dream of shock and noise. This imagined pandemonium, it said, was followed by a great quiet, in the midst of which she awoke to miss the sound of the thumping screw and of the captain shouting his orders from the bridge. For a while, the writings told, she lay still, till a sense of something was wrong awoke her thoroughly, when she lit the candle which was kept by her berth, and, rising, peeped out into the saloon to see that water was washing along its floor. Presently she made another discovery, that she was alone, utterly alone, even her father's cabin being empty. The rest need not be repeated in detail. Throwing on some garments and a red cloak of north country frieze, she made her way to the deck to find the ship was abandoned by every living soul, including her own father. Why or under what circumstances remained a mystery. She retreated into the captain's cabin, which was on deck, being afraid to go below again in the darkness, and sheltered there until the light came. Then she went out, and through the dim, mist-laden dawn crept forward to the forecastle, and staring over the side discovered that the prow of the ship was fixed upon a rock, while her stern and waist, which floated clear, heaved and rolled with every sea. As she stood thus, the vessel slipped back along the reef 3 feet or more, throwing her onto the deck, and thrilling her from head to foot with the most sickening sensation she had ever experienced. Then the Trondhjem caught and hung again. But Stella, so she wrote, knew that the end must be near, as the ship would lift off with the full tide and founder, and for the first time she felt afraid. "I did not fear what might come after death," went on the diary, "but I did fear the act of death. I was so lonely, and the dim waters looked so cold. The brown shoulders of the rocks, which showed now and again through the surges, so cruel. To be dashed by those cold waters upon the iron rocks, till the life was slowly ground out of my body. And my father, the thought of him tormented my mind. Was he dead, or had he deserted me? Oh, the last seemed quite impossible, for it would have supposed him a coward, and I was sure that he would rather die than leave me. Therefore, as I feared, the first must be true. I was afraid, and I was wretched, and I said my prayers and cried a little, while the cold struck me through the red cloak, and the damp mist made me shiver. Then suddenly I remembered that it had not been the custom of my ancestors and countrywomen of the old time to die weeping, and with the thought some of my courage came back. I rose from the deck and stood upon the prow of the ship, supporting myself by a rope, as many a dead woman of my race had done before me in the hour of battle and shipwreck. As I stood thus, believing that I was about to die, there floated into my mind a memory of the old Norse song that my mother had taught me, as she learned it from her mother. It is called the Song of the Overlord, and for generations without count on their deathbeds has been sung, or if they were too weak to sing, whispered, by the women of my family. Even my mother murmured it upon the day she died, although to all appearances she had become an Englishwoman, and the first line of it, "Hail to thee, Sky King, hail to thee, Earth King," were the last words that the gentlest creature whom I ever knew, my sister Gudrun, muttered before she became unconscious. This song it has always been held unlucky to sing except upon the actual approach of death, since otherwise, so goes the old saying, it draws the arrow whose flight was wide, and death, being invoked, comes soon. Still, for me, I believed there was no escape, for I was quite sure from her movements that the steamer would soon come off the rocks, and I had made my confession and said my prayers. So I began to sing, and sang my loudest, pleasing myself with the empty, foolish thought that in some such circumstances as this many a Danish sea king's daughter had sung that song before me. Then, as I sang, a wind began to blow,
and suddenly the mist was driven before it like puffs of smoke, and in the east behind me rose the red ball of the sun. Its light fell upon the rocks and upon the waters beyond them, and there, to my amazement, appearing and disappearing upon the ridges and hollows of the swell, I saw a man alone in a sailing boat, which rode at anchor within 30 yards of me. At first I thought it must be my father. Then the man caught sight of me, and I saw his face as he looked up, for the sun shone upon his dark eyes, and knew that he was a stranger. He lifted his anchor and called to me to come to the companion ladder, and his voice told me that he was a gentleman. I could not meet him as I was, with my hair loose and barefooted like some Norse Viking girl. So I took the risk, for now, although I cannot tell why, I felt sure that no harm would come to him or me, and ran to the cabin, where also was this volume of my diary, and my mother's jewels that I did not wish to lose. When at last I was ready after a fashion, I came out with my bag, and there, splashing through the water of the saloon, ran the stranger, shouting angrily to me to be quick, as the ship was lifting off the rock, which made me think how brave it was of him to come aboard to look for me. In an instant he caught me by the hand, and was dragging me up the stairs and down the companion, so that in another minute we were together in the boat, and he had told me that my father was on shore, oh thank God, though with a broken thigh. Then some pages of the diaries were taken up with a description of the 24 hours which she had spent on the open sea with himself, of their landing, dazed and exhausted, at the dead church, and her strange desire to explore it, their arrival at the abbey, and her meeting with her father. After these came a passage that may be quoted. He is not handsome, I call him plain, with his projecting brow, large mouth, and untidy brown hair. But notwithstanding his stoop and his thin hands, he looks a fine man, and when they light up, his eyes are beautiful. It was brave of him too, very brave, although he thinks nothing of it, to come out alone to look for me like that. I wonder what brought him. I wonder if anything told his mind that I, a girl whom he had never seen, was really on the ship and in danger. Perhaps, at any rate, he came, and the odd thing is that from the moment I saw him, and especially from the moment I heard his voice, I felt as though I had known him all my life. Probably he would think me mad if I were to say so. Indeed, I am by no means sure that he does not pay me that compliment already, with some excuse perhaps in view of the song of the Overlord and all my wild talk. Well, after such a night as I had spent, anyone might be excused for talking foolishly. It is the reaction from never expecting to talk again at all. The chief advantage of a diary is that one may indulge in the luxury of telling the actual truth. So I will say that I feel as though I had known him always, and as though
I understood him as one understands a person one has watched for years. What is more, I think that he understands me more than most people do. Not that this is wonderful, seeing how few I know. At any rate, he guesses, more or less, what I am thinking about, and can see that there is something in the ideas which others consider foolish, well, as perhaps they are. It is very odd that I, who had made sure that I was alone, should still be alive in this pleasant house, and saved from death by this pleasant companion, to find my father, whom I feared was dead, also living. And all this after I had sung the song of the Overlord. So much for his ill luck. But all the same, my father was rather upset when he heard that I had been found singing it. Oh, he is very superstitious, my dear old father. That is one of the few Norse characteristics which he has left in him. I told him that there was no use in being disturbed, since, in the end, things must go as they are fated. Mr. Monk is engaged to a Miss Porson. He told me that in the boat. I asked him what he was thinking of when we nearly overset against that dreadful rock. He answered that he could only think of the song he had heard me singing on the ship, which I considered to be a great compliment to my voice, quite the nicest I've ever had. But he ought to have been thinking about the lady to whom he is engaged, and he understood that I thought so, which I dare say I should not have allowed him to do. However, when people believe that they are going to be drowned, they grow confidential and expose their minds freely. He exposed his when he told me that he thought I was talking egregious nonsense, and I am afraid that I laughed at him. I don't think that he really can love her. That is, as engaged people are supposed to love each other. Well, if he did, he would not have grown so angry with himself, and then turned upon me because the recollection of my old death song had interfered with the reflections which he ought to have offered upon her altar. That is what struck me as odd. Not his neglecting to remember her in a moment of danger, since then we often forget everything, except some triviality of the hour. But of course this is all nonsense, which I oughtn't to write here even, as most people have their own ways of being fond of each other. Also, it is no affair of mine. I have seen Miss Porson's photograph, a large one of her in court dress, which stands in Mr. Monk's laboratory. Oh, such a lovely place! It was an old chapel. She is a beautiful woman, large and soft and regal-looking, a very woman. It would be difficult to imagine a better specimen of the eternal feminine. Also, they say, that is, the nurse who is looking after my father says that she is very rich and devoted to Mr. Morris. So, Mr. Morris is a lucky man. I wonder why he didn't save her from a shipwreck instead of me. It would have given an appropriate touch of romance to the affair, which is now entirely wasted upon a young person, if I may still call myself so, with whom it has no concern. What interests me more than our host's matrimonial engagements, however, are his experiments with aerophones.
That is a wonderful invention, if only it could be made to work without fail upon all occasions. I do wish that I could help him there. It would be some return for his great kindness, for it must be a dreadful nuisance to have an old clergyman with a broken leg and his inconvenient daughter suddenly quartered upon you for an unlimited period of time.
The record of the following weeks was very full, but almost entirely concerned, brief mention of other things such as her father's health excepted, with full and accurate notes and descriptions of the aerophone experiments. To Morris, reading them, it was wonderful, especially as Stella had received no training in the science of electricity, that she could have grasped the subject thus thoroughly in so short a time. Evidently she must have had a considerable aptitude for its theory and practice, as might be seen by the study that she gave to the literature which he lent her, including some manuscript volumes of his own notes. Also there were other entries. Thus, "Today Mr. Stephen Layard proposed to me in the Dead Church. I had seen it coming for the last 3 weeks, and I wished to avoid it, but he would not take a hint. I am most sorry, as I really think he cares about me, for the while, which is very kind of him. But it is out of the question, and I had to say no. Indeed, he repels me. I do not even like being in the same room with him, although no doubt this is very fastidious and wrong of me. I hope that he will get over it soon. In fact, although he seemed distressed, I am not vain enough to suppose that it will be otherwise. Of course, my father is angry, for a reason which I had not set down. Thus I expected, but he said some things which I wish he had left unsaid, for they made me answer him as I ought not to have done. Fathers and daughters look at marriage from different standpoints. What is excellent in their eyes may be as bad as death, or in some cases worse to the woman who, of course, must pay the price. I sang and played my best last night, my very, very best. Indeed, I don't think I ever did so well before, and perhaps never shall again. He was moved, more moved than I meant him to be, and I was moved myself. I suppose that it was the surroundings, that old chapel. How well those monks understood acoustic properties. The moonlight, the upset of my nerves this afternoon, my fear that he believed that I had accepted Mr. L. Imagine believing that. I thought better of him, and he did believe it. Everything put together. While I was singing, he told me that he was going away, to see Miss Paulson at Bewley, I suppose. When I had finished, oh, how tired I was after the effort was over, he asked me straight out if I intended to marry Mr. Layard, and I asked him if he was mad. Then I put another question. I don't know why. I never meant to do it, but it came up from my heart. Whether he had not said that he was going away. In answer, he explained that he was thinking of so doing, but had changed his mind. Oh, I was so pleased when I heard that. I was never so pleased in my life before. After all, the gift of music is of some use. But why should I have been pleased? Mr. Monk's comings or goings are nothing to me. I have no right to interfere with them, even indirectly, or to concern myself about them. Yet I cried when I heard those words. But I suppose it was the music that made me cry. It has that inconvenient effect sometimes. Well, I have no doubt that he will see plenty of Miss Porson, and it would have been a great pity to break off the experiments just now. One more extract from the very last entry in the series of books. It was written at the rectory on Christmas Eve, just before Stella started out to meet Morris at the Dead Church. He, Colonel M., asked me, and I told him the truth straight out. I could not help myself. It burst from my lips, although the strange thing is that until he put it into my mind with the question, I knew nothing. Then, of a sudden, in an instant, in a flash, I understood, and I knew that my whole being belonged to this man, his son, Morris. What is love? Once I remember hearing a clever cynic argue that between men and women no such thing exists. He called their affection by other names, and said that for true love to be present, the influence of sex must be absent. This he proved by declaring that this marvellous passion of love, about which people talk and write, is never heard of where its object is old, or deformed, or even very ugly, although such accidents of chance and time are no bar to the true love of, let us say, the child and the parent, or the friend and the friend. Well, the argument seemed difficult to answer, although at the time I knew that it must be wrong, but how could I, who was utterly without experience, talk of such a hard matter? Now I understand that love, the real love between a man and a woman, if it be real, embraces all the other sorts of love. More, whether the key be physical or spiritual, it unlocks a window in our hearts through which we see a different world from the world that we have known. Also, with this new vision come memories and foresights. This man whom I love, 3 months ago I had never seen his face, and now I feel as though I had known him not only all my life, but from the beginning of time, as though we could never be parted any more. And I talk thus about one who has never said a tender word to me. Why? Because my thought is his thought, and my mind is his mind. How am I sure of that? Because it came upon me at the moment when I learned the truth about myself. He and I are one. Therefore I learned the truth about him also. I was like Eve when she left the tree. Knowledge was mine, only I had eaten of the fruit of life. Yet the taste of it must be bitter in my mouth. What have I done? I have given my spirit into the keeping of a man who is pledged to another woman, and, as I think, have taken his from her keeping to my own. What then? Is this other woman, who is so good and kind, to be robbed of all that is left to her in this world? Am I to take from her
him who is almost her husband. Never. If his heart had come to me, I cannot help it. For the rest, no. So, what is left to me? His spirit and all the future, when the flesh is done with, that is heritage enough. How the philosopher who argued about the love of men and women would laugh and mock if he could see these words. Supposing that he could say, Stella Fregelius, I am in a position to offer you a choice. Will you have this man for your husband and live out your natural lives upon the strict stipulation that your relationship ends absolutely and forever with your last breaths? Or will you let him go to the other woman for their natural lives, with the prospect of that heritage which your imagination has fashioned? That dim eternity of double joy where, hand in hand, twain and yet one, you will fulfill the secret purpose of your destinies. What should I answer then? Before heaven I would answer that I would not sell myself to the devil of the flesh and of this present world. What? Barter my birthright of immortality for the mess of pottage of a few brief years of union? Pay out my high hopes to their last bright coin for this dinner of mingled herbs? Drain the well of faith dug with so many prayers and labours, that its waters may suffice to nourish a rose planted in the sand, whose blooms must die at the first touch of the earthly frost? The philosopher would say that I was mad, that the linnet in the hand is better than all the birds of paradise which ever flew in fabled tropic seas. I reply that I am content to wait till upon some glorious morning my ship breaks into the silence of those seas, and watching from her battered bulwarks I behold the islands of the blessed, and catch the scent of heavenly flowers, and see the jewelled birds, whereof I dream floating from palm to palm. But if there are no such isles, he would answer, if with their magic birds and flowers they are indeed but the baseless fabric of a dream, if your ship amidst the ravings of the storm and the darkness of the tortured night should founder once and for ever in the dark strait which leads to the gateways of that dawn, those gateways through which no traveller returns to lay his fellow's course for their harbours of your perfect sea, what then? Then I would say, let me forswear God, who has suffered me to be deceived with false spirits, and sink to depths where no light breaks, where no memory stirs, where no hopes torment. Yes, then let me deny him and die, who am of all women the most miserable. But it is not so, for to me a messenger has come. At my prayer once the gates were open, and now I know quite surely that it was permitted to me to see within them, that I might find strength in this, the bitter hour of my trial. Yet how can I choke the truth and tread down the human heart within me? Oh, the road which my naked feet must tread is full of thorns, and heavy the cross that I must bear. I go now, in a few minutes' time, to bid him farewell. If I can help it,
I shall never see him again. No, not even after many years, since it is better not. Also, perhaps this is weakness, but I should wish him to remember me wearing such beauty as I have, and still young, before time and grief and labour have marked me with their ugly scars. It is the Stella whom he found singing at the daybreak on the ship, which brought her to him, for whom I desire that he should seek in the hour of a different dawn. I go presently to my marriage, as it were, a cold and pitiful feast, many would think it, these nuptials of lifelong renunciation. The philosopher would say, why renounce? You have some advantages, some powers, use them. The man loves you. Play upon his natural weakness. Help yourself to the thing that chances to be desirable in your eyes. 3 years hence, who will blame you? Who will even remember? His father? Well, he likes you already, and in time a man of the world accepts accomplished facts, especially if things go well, as they will do, for that invention must succeed. No one else? Yes, 3 others. He would remember however much he loved me, for I should have brought him to do a shameful act. And she would remember, whom I had robbed of her husband, coming into this life after he had promised himself to her. Last of all, most of all perhaps, I myself should remember, day by day and hour by hour, that I was nothing more than one of the family of thieves. No, I will have none of such philosophy. At least I, Stella Fregelius, will live and die among the upright. So I go to my cold marriage, such as it is. So I bend my back to the burden. So I bow my head to the storm, and throughout it all I thank God for what he has been pleased to send me. I may seem poor, but how rich I am, who have been dowered with a love that I know to be eternal as my eternal soul. I go, and my husband shall receive me, not with a lover's kiss and tenderness, but with words few and sad, with greetings that, almost before their echoes die, must fade into farewells. I wrap no veil about my head. He will set no ring upon my hand. Perchance we shall plight no troth. So be it. Our hour of harvest is not yet. Yesterday was very sharp and bleak, with scuds of sleet and snow driven by the wind. But as I drove here with my father, I saw a man and a woman in the midst of an empty, lifeless field, planting some winter seed, who, looking at them, who that did not know, could foretell the fruits of their miserable, unhopeful labour. Yet the summer will come, and the sweet smell of the flowering beans, and the song of the nesting birds, and the plentiful reward of the year crowned with fatness. It is a symbol of this marriage of mine. Today we sow the seed. Next, after a space of raving rains and winds, will follow the long white winter of death. Then some dim, sweet spring of awakening, and beyond it the fullness of all joy. What is there about me that it would make me ashamed that he should know? This husband to whom I must tell nothing. I cannot think. No other man has been anything to me. I can remember no great sin. I have worked, making the best of such gifts as I possess. I have tried to do my duty, and I will do it in the end. Surely my heart is whole, and my hands are clean. Perhaps it is a sin that I should have learned to love him, that I should look to a far future where I may be with him. If so, am I to blame, who ask nothing here? Can I conquer destiny, whom am its child? Can I read or shape the purpose of my Maker? And so I go. O God, I pray thee of thy mercy. Give me strength to bear my temptations and my trials. And to him also give every strength and blessing. O Father, I pray thee of thy mercy. Shorten these days of my tribulation upon earth. Accept and sanctify this my sacrifice of denial. Grant me pardon here, and hereafter through all the abyss of time in thy knowledge and presence, that perfect peace which I desire with him to whom I am appointed. Amen. End of chapter 21. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 22 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 22. The Evil Gate. Such was the end of the diary of Stella. Morris shut the book with something like a sob. Then he rose and began to tramp up and down the length of the long, lonely room, while thoughts crowded, confused, and overwhelming pressed in upon his mind. What a woman was this whom he had lost! Who had known another so pure, so spiritual? Surely she did not belong to this world, and therefore her last prayer was so quickly answered. Therefore heaven took her. Many, reading those final pages, might have said with the philosopher, she imagined that the shock of love and the sorrow of separation had turned her brain, and that she was mad. For who, so such might argue, would think that person otherwise than mad, who dared to translate into action, and on earth to set up as a ruling star, that faith which day by day their lips professed? Yet it would seem after that, this dreamer and mystic Stella believed in nothing which our religion, accepted by millions without cavil, does not promise to its votaries. Its revelations and rewards mark the extremest limits of her fantasy. Immortality of the personal soul, its foundation stone, was the rock on which she built. A heaven where there is no earthly marriage, but where each may consort with the souls most loved and most desired. Where all sorrows are forgotten, all tears are wiped away, all purposes made clear, reserved for those who deny themselves, do their work, and seek forgiveness of their sins. This heaven, conceived by Stella, is it not vowed to us in the pages of the Gospel? Is it not vowed again and again, sometimes with more details, sometimes with less, sometimes in open, simple words, sometimes wrapped in the mystic allegory of the visions of St. John, but everywhere and continually held before us as our crown and great reward? And the rest, such things as her belief in guardian angels, and that it had been given to her mortal eyes to behold and commune with the beloved ghost, is there not ample warrant for them in those inspired writings? Were not the dead seen of many in Jerusalem on the night of fear? And are we not told of ministering spirits sent forth to do service for the sake of them that shall inherit salvation? And of the guardian angels who look continually upon the Father? Now it all grew clear to Morris. In Stella he beheld an example of the doctrines of Christianity really inspiring the daily life of the believer. In her strong faith animated all those who served under the banner. Then, in like circumstances, they would act as she had acted. They would have no doubts, their fears would vanish, their griefs be comforted, and to a great extent even the promptings and passions of their mortality would be trodden underfoot. With Stella they would be ready to neglect the temporary in their certainty of the eternal, and even to welcome death, to them in truth and not in mere convention, the gate of life. Many things are promised to those who can achieve faith. Stella achieved it and became imbued with some portion of the promise. Spiritual faith, not inherited nor accepted, but hard won by personal struggle and experience. That was the keynote to her character and the explanation of her actions. Yet that faith, when examined into, was nothing exotic, no combination of mysticism and mummery, but one founded upon the daily creed of the English and its fellow churches, and understood and applied to the circumstances of a life which was as brief as it seemed to be unfortunate. This was Morris's discovery, open and obvious enough, and yet, at first, until he grew accustomed to it, a thing marvellous in his eyes. One, moreover, in which he found comfort, since surely that straight but simple path was such as his feet might follow. And she loved him. Oh, how she loved him! There could be no doubt. There were her words written in that book, not hastily spoken beneath the pressure of some sudden wind of feeling, but set down in black and white, thought over, reasoned out, and recorded. And then their purport. They were a paean of passion, but the dirge of its denial. They dwelt upon the natural hopes of woman, only to put them by. Yet how can I choke the truth, and tread down the human heart within me? Oh, the road that my naked feet must tread is full of thorns, and heavy the cross that I must bear. So I go to my marriage, such as it is, so I bend my back to the burden, so I bow my head to the storm, and through it all I thank God for what He has been pleased to send me. I may seem poor, but how rich I am, who have been dowered with a love that I know to be eternal, as my soul is eternal. That was her creed, Those were the teachings of her philosophy. And this was the woman who had loved him, who died loving him. Her very words came back, spoken but a few seconds before the end. "Remember every word which I have said to you. Remember that we are wed, truly wed, that I go to wait for you, and that even if you do not see me, I will, if I may, be near you always. I go to wait for you. I will be near you always." Here was another inspiration. For 3 years or more he had been thinking of her as dead. Or rather, he thought of her in that nebulous, undefined fashion in which we consider the dead. The slumberous people who forget everything, who see nothing, who, if they exist at all, are like stones upon the beach, rolled to and fro, blind and senseless, not of their own desire, but by the waves of the fearful fate that itself is driven on with the strength of a secret storm of will. And this fate some call the breath of God, and some the working of a soulless force that compels the universe, past, present, and to be. But was this view as real as it is common? If Stella were right, if our religion were right, it must be most wrong. That religion told us that the master of mankind descended into Hades to preach to the souls of men. Did he preach to dumb, ocean-driven stones, to frozen forms and fossils who had once been men? Or to spirits, changed but active and existent? Stella, too, had walked in the valley of doubt, by the path which all who think must tread. It was written large in the book of her life. But she had not fainted there. She had lived through its thunder rains, its arid blasts of withering dust, its quivering quicksands, and its mirage-like meadows, gay with deceitful poisonous flowers. At last she had reached the mountain slopes of truth, to travel up them higher, ever higher, till she won their topmost peak, where the sun shone undimmed and the pure air blew, whence the world seemed far away and heaven very near. Yes, and from that heaven she had called down the spirit of her lost sister, and thenceforward was content and sure. She had called down the spirit of her sister. Was it not written in the pages which she thought that no eye but hers would see? Well, if such spirits were, hers, Stella's, must be also, and if they could be made apparent, why should not hers share their qualities? Morris paused in his swift walk and trembled. "I will be near you always." For aught he knew, she was near him now, present, perhaps in this very room. While she was still in life, what were her aspirations? This was one of them, he remembered as it fell from her lips. "Still to be with those whom I have loved on earth, although they cannot see me. To soothe their sorrows, to support their weakness, to lull their fears. And if this were so, if any power were given her to fulfil her will, whom would she sooner visit than himself? Stay! That was her wish on earth while she was a woman. But would she still wish it afterwards? The spirit was not the flesh. The spirit could see and be sure. while the flesh must be content with deductions and hazardings. If she could see, she would know him as he was. Every failing, every secret infirmity, every infidelity of the heart might be an open writing to her eyes. And then, would she not close that book in horror? A great writer has said in effect that no man would dare to affront the ears of his fellows, men much worse than himself perhaps, with the true details of his hidden history. Knowing all the truth, they would shrink from him. How much more than at such sights and sound would a pure spirit, washed clean of every taint of earth, fly from this soiled presence, wailing and aghast. Nay, men are hypocrites, who in greater or lesser degree themselves practice the very sins that shock them. But spirits, knowing all, would forgive all. They are above hypocrisy. If the Lord of spirits can weigh the dust whereof we are made, and still be merciful, shall his bright messengers trample it in scorn and hate? Will they not also consider the longings of the heart and its uprightness, and be pitiful towards the failings of the flesh? Would Stella hate him because he remained as he was made, as herself she might once have been, because, having no wings with which to rule the air, he must still tramp onwards through the fetid, clinging mud of earth? Oh, how he longed to see her, that he might win her faith, win it beyond all doubt by the evidence of his earthly eyes and senses. "If I die, search, and you shall see," she had once said to him, and then added, "No, do not search, but wait." Wait! How could he wait? "At your death I will be with you." Why, he might live another 50 years. That book of her recorded thoughts had aroused in him such a desire for the sight, or at least the actual knowledge of her continued being, that his blood was aflame as with a madness. And yet, how should he search? "Stella," he whispered, "come to me, Stella." But no Stella came, no wings rustled, no breath stirred. The empty room was as the room had been. Its silence seemed to mock him. Those who slept beneath its marble floors were not more silent. Was he mad that he should claim the power to work this miracle, to charm the dead back through the gates of death, as Orpheus charmed Eurydice? Yet Stella did this thing. But how? He turned to the volume and the page of her diary which dealt with the drawing down of Gudrun. Yes, here she spoke of continual efforts, and of that long, long preparation, of prayer and fasting. Here, too, was the whole secret summed up in a dozen words. To see a spirit, one must grow akin to spirits. Well, it could be done, and he would do it. But look further on where she said, "I shall call her back no more, lest the thing should get the mastery of me, and I become unfitted for my work on earth. I will stop while there is yet time, while I am still mistress of my mind, and have the strength to deny myself this awful joy." Was there not a warning in these words? In those other words? "No, do not search, but wait." Surely they told of risk to him who, being yet on earth, dared to lift a corner of the veil which separates flesh and spirit. should get the mastery of me. If he saw her once, would he be able to do as Stella did, and by an effort of his will separate himself from a communion so fearful, yet so sweet? Unfitted for my work. Supposing that it did get the mastery of him, would he not also be unfitted for his work on earth? His work? What work had he now? It seemed to be done, for attending scientific meetings, receiving dividends, playing the country squire's only son and the wealthy host, whilst awaiting the title which Mary wished for. These things are not work. And somehow his days were so arranged that he was never allowed to go beyond them. All further researches and experiments were discouraged. What did it matter if he were unfitted for that which he could no longer do? His work was finished. There it stood before him in that box, stamped Monk's Aerophone, the twin, number 3412. No, he had but one ambition left, to pierce the curtain of thick night and behold her who was lost to him, her who loved him as man had been seldom loved. The fierce temptation struck him as a sudden squall strikes a ship with all her canvases spread. For a moment mast and rigging stood the strain, then they went by the board. He would do it if it killed him, but the task must be undertaken properly, deliberately, and above all, in secret. Tomorrow he would begin. When he had satisfied himself, when he had seen, then he could always stop. A few minutes later, Morris stood beside his wife's bed. There she lay, in the first perfection of young motherhood and beauty, a lovely, white-wrapped vision, with staying golden hair, her sweet, rounded face pink with the flush of sleep, and the long lashes lying like shadows upon her cheeks. Morris looked at her, and his doubts returned. What would Stella say? He thought to himself. It almost seemed to him that he could hear her voice, bidding him forbear, bidding him render unto his wife those things which were his wife's, all honour, loyalty, and devotion. If he entered on this course, could he still render them? Was there not such a thing as moral infidelity, and did not such exercises as he proposed partake of its nature? Perhaps. On the whole, it might be well to put all this behind him. It was 3 o'clock. He was tired out and must sleep. The morning would be a more fitting time to ponder such weighty questions as the unwritten matrimonial law. In due course the morning came. Indeed, it was not far off, and with it wiser counsels. Mary woke early and talked about the baby, which was teething. Indeed, so soon as the nurse was up, she sent for it that the three of them might hold a consultation over a swollen gum. Also, she discussed the date of their departure to Beaulieu, for again Christmas was near at hand, adding, however, somewhat to Morris's relief, that unless the baby's teeth went on better, she really did not think that they could go, as it would be most unwise to take her out of the care of Dr. Charters, and trust her to the tender mercies of foreign leeches. Morris agreed that it might be risky, and mentioned that in a letter which he had received from the concierge at Beaulieu a few days before, that functionary said that the place was overrun with measles and scarlatina. "Oh, Morris!" ejaculated Mary, sitting bolt upright in bed, "and you never told me! What is more, had it not been for baby's teeth, which brought it to our mind, I believe you never would have told me, and I might have taken those unprotected little angels. Oh, goodness, I can't bear to think of it." Morris uttered some apologies, whereon Mary, looking at him suspiciously through her falling hair, asked, "Why did you forget to show me the letter? Did you suppress it because you wanted to go to Bewley?"
"No,"
answered Morris with energy.
"I hate Bewley. I forgot it, that's all, because I have so much to think about, I suppose."
"So much? I thought that things were arranged now so that you had nothing at all to think about except how to spend the money and be happy with me and adore the dear angels. Yes, I think that perhaps the nurse had better take her away. Touch the bell, will you? There, she's gone. Keep her well wrapped up, and mind the draught, nurse. No, don't get up yet, Morris. I want to talk to you. You have been very gloomy of late, just like you used to be before you married, mooning about and staring at nothing. And what on earth do you do sitting up all hours of the morning in the ghostly old chapel, where I wouldn't be alone at 12 o'clock for £100?
"I read," said Morris.
"Read? Read what? Novels?"
"Well, sometimes," answered Morris.
"Oh, how can you tell such fibs? Why, that last book by Lady What's-her-name, which came in the muddy box, the one that they say is so improper, has been lying on your table for over 2 months, and you can't tell me yet what it was the heroine did wrong. Morris, you are not inventing anything more, are you?" Here was an inspiration.
"I admit that I am thinking of a little thing," he said with diffidence,
as though he were a budding poet with a sonnet on his mind. "A little thing? What little thing?"
"Well, a new kind of aerophone designed to work uninfluenced by its twin."
"Well, and why shouldn't it? Everything can have a twin, only I suppose there would be nothing to hear."
"That's just the point," replied Morris
in his old professional manner.
"I think that there would be plenty to hear if only we could make the machine sensitive to sounds and capable of reproducing them."
"What sounds?" asked Mary.
"Well, if, for instance, one could successfully insulate it from the earth noises, the sounds which permeate space, and even those that have their origins upon the surface of planets and perhaps more distant stars."
"Oh, great heavens!" exclaimed Mary. "Imagine a man who can want to let loose upon our poor little world every horrible noise that happens in the stars. Why, what under heaven would be the use of that?"
"Well, one might communicate with them. Conceivably, even one might hear the speeches of their inhabitants, if they have any, always presuming that such an instrument could be made, and that it can be successfully insulated."
"Hear the speech of their inhabitants? That is your old idea, but you will never succeed. That's one blessing. Morris, I suspect you. You want to stop at home here to work at this horrible new machine, to work for years and years and years without the slightest result. I suppose that you didn't invent that about the measles and the scarlatina, did you? The two of them together sound rather clumsy, as though you might have done so." "Oh, not a bit, upon my honour," answered Morris. "I will go and get the letter." And, not sorry to escape from further examination, he went. Whether the cause were Mary's doubts and reproaches, or the infant's gums, or the working of his own conscience, he felt that a man with a teething baby has no right to cultivate the occult. For quite a long period, a whole fortnight indeed, Morris steadily refrained from any attempt to fulfil his dangerous ambition to pierce the curtain of thick night. Only he read and reread Stella's diary, that secret, fascinating work which in effect was building a wall between him and the healthy, common instincts of the world, till he knew whole pages of it by heart. Also he began a series of experiments whereof the object was to produce an improved and more sensitive aerophone. That any instrument which the intellect of man could produce would really succeed in conveying sounds which, if they exist at all, were born in the vast cosmic areas that envelop our earth and its atmosphere, he believed to be the most improbable. Still, such a thing was possible, for what is not? Moreover, the world itself, as it rushes on its fearful journey across the depths of space, has doubtless many voices that have not yet been heard by the ears of men, some of which he might be able to discover and record. At the least, he stood upon the threshold of a new knowledge, and now a great desire in him to pass its doors, if so he might, for who could tell what he could learn or see behind them? And by degrees, as he worked, always with one ulterior object in his mind, his scruples vanished or were mastered by the growth of his longing, till this became his ruling passion, to behold the spirit of Stella. Now he no longer reasoned with himself, but openly, nakedly, in his own heart gave his will over to the achievement of this monstrous and unnatural end. How was it to be done? That was now the sole dilemma which tormented him, as the possible methods of obtaining the drink he craves, or the drug that gives him peace and radiant visions, torment the dipsomaniac or the morphia victim in his guarded prison. He thought of his instruments, those magic machines with the workings of which Stella had been familiar in her life. He even poured petitions into them in the hope that these might be delivered far beyond the ken of man, only to learn that he was travelling a road which led to a wall impassable, the wall that, for the lack of a better name, we call death, which bars the natural from the spiritual. Wonderful as were his electrical appliances, innumerable as might be their impalpable emanations, insoluble as seemed the mystery of the power of catching and transmitting sounds by the agency of ether, they were still physical appliances, producing physical effects in obedience to the laws of nature. But what he sought lay beyond nature, and was subject to the same rule, of which he did not even know the elements, and much less the axioms. Herein his instruments, or indeed any that man could make, were as futile and as useless as would be the prayers of an archbishop addressed to a mumbo-jumbo in a fetish house. The link was wanting. There was and could be no communication between the two. The invisible ether, which he had subdued to his purposes, was still a constituent part of the world of matter. He must discover the spiritual ether, and discover also the animating force by which it might be influenced. Now he formed a new plan, to reach the dead by his petitions, by the invocation of his own spirit. "Seek me, and ye shall find me," she had said. So he sought and called in bitterness and concentration of heart. But still he did not find. Stella did not come. He was in despair. She had promised, and her promise seemed to be broken. Then it was that in turning the pages of her diary he came across a passage that had escaped him, or which he had forgotten. It ran thus: "In the result I have learned this, that we cannot compel the departed to appear. Even if they hear us, they will not or are not suffered to obey. If we would behold them, we must create the power of vision in our own natures. They are about us always, only we cannot see or feel their presence. Our senses are too gross. To succeed, we must refine our senses until they acquire an aptitude beyond the natural. Then, without any will or intervention on their parts, we may triumph. Perhaps even when they do not know that we have triumphed." End of chapter 22. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 23 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 23. Stella Comes. Now, by such arts as are known to those who have studied mysticism in any of its protean forms, Morris set himself to attempt communication with the unseen. In their practice, these arts are as superlatively unwholesome as in their result, successful or not, they are unnatural. Also, they are very ancient. The Chaldeans knew them, and the magicians who stood before Pharaoh knew them. To the early Christian anchorites and to the Gnostics they were familiar. In one shape or another, ancient wonder-workers, Scandinavian and medieval seers, modern spiritualists, classical interpreters of oracles, Indian fakirs, savage witch-doctors and medicine-men, all submitted or submit themselves to the yoke of the same rule in the hope of attaining an end which, however it may vary in its manifestations, is identical in essence. This is the rule: to beat down the flesh and its instincts, and nurture the spirit, its aspirations and powers. And this is the end: to escape before the time, if only partially and at intervals, into an atmosphere of vision, true or false, where human feet were meant to find no road, and the trammelled minds of men no point of outlook. That such an atmosphere exists even materialists would hesitate to deny, for it is proved by the whole history of the moral world, and especially by that of the religions of the world, their founders, their prophets, and their exponents, many of whom have breathed its ether, and pronounced it the very breath of life. Their feet have walked the difficult path. Standing on those forbidden peaks they have scanned the dim plains and valleys of the unseen, and made reports of the dreams and shapes that haunt them. Then the busy hordes of men beneath for a moment pause to listen, and are satisfied. "Lo, here is truth," they cry, "now we may cease from troubling." So for a while they rest till others answer, "Nay, this is the truth. Our teacher told us from the yonder mountain, the only holy hill." And yet others fall upon them and slay them, shouting, "Neither of these is truth. She dwells not among the precipices, but in the valley. There we have heard her accents." And still from cliff to cliff and along the secret vales echoes the voice of truth, and still upon the snow-wreathed peaks and across the space of rolling ocean, and even among the populous streets of men, veiled, mysterious, and changeful. Her shape is seen by those who have trained themselves, or been inspired to watch and hear. But no two see the same shape, and no two hear the same voice, since to each she wears a different countenance, and speaks with another tongue. For truth is as the sand of the shore for number, and as the infinite hues of the rainbow for variety. Yet the sand is ground out of one mother rock, and all the colours of the earth and air are born of a single sun. So practising the ancient rites and mysteries, and bowing himself to the ancient law whose primeval principles every man and woman may find graven upon the tablets of their solitary heart, Morris set himself to find that truth, which for him was hid in the invisible soul of Stella, the soul which he desired to behold and handle, even if the touch and sight should slay him. Day by day he worked, for as many hours as he could make his own, at the details of his new experiments. These in themselves were interesting, and promised even to be fruitful. But that was not his object, or at any rate his principal object in pursuing them with such an eager passion of research. The talk and hazardings which had passed between himself and Stella notwithstanding, both reason and experience had taught him already that all instruments made by the hand of man were useless to break a way into the dwellings of the departed. A day might come when they would enable the inhabitants of the earth to converse with the living denizens of the most distant stars, but never, never with the dead. He laboured because of the frame of thought his toil brought with it, but still more that he might be alone, that he might be able to point to his soiled hands the shabby clothes which he wore when working with chemicals or at the forge, the sheets of paper covered with half-finished and maddening calculations, as an excuse why he should not be taken out, or worse still, dragged from his home to stay for nights or perhaps whole weeks in other places. Even his wife, he felt, would relent at the sight of those figures, and would fly from the odour of chemicals. In fact, Mary did both, for she hated what she called smells, and a place strewn with hot irons and bottles of acids, which, as she discovered, if disturbed, burnt both dress and fingers. The sight also of algebraic characters pursuing each other across the quires of paper like the grotesque forces of some broken, impish army, filled her indolent mind with a wondering admiration that was akin to fear. The man, she reflected, who could force those cabalistic symbols to reveal anything worth knowing must indeed be a genius, and one who deserved not to be disturbed, even for a tea-party. Although she disapproved deeply of these renewed studies, such was Mary's secret thought. Whether it would have sufficed alone to persuade her to permit them is another matter, since her instinct, keen and supple as any of Morris's appliances, warned her that in them lay danger to her home and happiness. But just then, as it happened, there was other matters to occupy her mind. The baby became seriously ill over its teething, and other infantile complications following. For some weeks it was doubtful whether she would survive. Now Mary belonged to the class of woman which is generally known as motherly, and adored her offspring almost to excess. Consequently, for those weeks she found plenty to think about, without troubling herself overmuch as to Morris and his experiments. For these same reasons, perhaps, she scarcely noticed, seated as she was, some distance away at the further end of the long table, how very ethereal her husband's appetite had become, or that, although he took wine as usual, it was a mere pretence, since he never emptied his glass. The most loving of women can scarcely be expected to consider a man's appetite when that of a baby is in question, or, while the child wastes, to take note whether or no its father is losing flesh. Lastly, as regards the hours at which he came to bed, being herself a sound sleeper, Mary had long since ceased to interest herself about them, on the wise principle that so long as she was not expected to sit up, it was no affair of hers. Thus it happened that Morris worked and meditated by day and night. Ah, who that has not tried to climb this difficult and endless Jacob's ladder, resting upon the earth, and losing itself far, far away in the blue heaven above, can understand what he did by night. But those who have stood even on its lowest rung will guess, and, for the rest, it does not matter. He advanced. He knew that he advanced, that the gross wall of sense was wearing thin beneath the attacks of his outthrown soul. And even if they were not drawn, from time to time the black curtain swung aside in the swift, pure breath of his continual prayers. Moreover, the dead drew near to him at moments, or he drew near to the dead. Even in his earthly brain he could feel their awful presence as wave by wave soft, sweet pulses of impressions beat upon him and passed through him. Through and through him they passed, till his brow ached and every nerve of his body tingled, as though it had become the receiver of some mysterious current that stirred his blood, and what was not akin to it, and summoned to his mind strange memories and foresights. Visions came also that he could not define, to slip from his frantic grasp like wet sand through the fingers of a drowning man. More and more frequently, and with ever-increasing completeness, did this unearthly air, blowing from a shore no human foot has trod, breathe through his being and possess him, much as some faint wind, which we cannot feel, may be seen to possess an aspen tree so that it turns white and shivers when every other natural thing is still. And as that aspen turns white and shivers in this thin, impalpable air, so did his spirit blanch and quiver with joy and dread mingled mysteriously in the cup of his expectant soul. Again and again those sweet yet sickening waves flowed over him, to leave him shaken and unnerved. At first they were very rare visitors, single clouds floating across his calm, coming he knew not whence and vanishing he knew not whither. Now they drove in upon him like some scud, ample yet broken, before the wind, till at whiles, as it were, he could not see the face of the friendly human sun. Then he was like a traveller lost in the mist upon a mountain top, sure of nothing, feeling precipices about him, hearing voices calling him, seeing white arms stretched out to lead him, yet running forward gladly because amid so many perils a fate was in his feet. Now, too, they came with an actual sense of wind. He would wake up at night even by his wife's side and feel this unholy breath blowing ice cold on his brow and upon the backs of his outstretched hands. Yet if he lit a candle it had no power to stir its flame. Yes, while it blew sharp upon him, the flame of the candle did not move. Then the wind would cease, and within him the intangible, improbable power would arise, and the voices would speak like the far, far murmur of a stream, and the thoughts which he could not weigh or interpret would soak into his being like some strange dew, and soft as falling snow, invisible feet would tread the air about him, till of a sudden a door in his brain seemed to shut, and he woke again to the world. Every force is subject to laws, even if they were but the emanations of an incipient madness which, like all else, have their origins, destinies, and forms. These possessing vapours were a force which in time Morris, whose mind from a lifelong training was scientific and methodical, accustomed therefore to struggle for dominion over elements unknown or imperfectly appreciated, learned to regulate if not entirely to control. Their visits were pleasant to him, a delight even. But to experience this joy to the utmost, he discovered that their powers must be concentrated, that if the full effect was to be produced, this moral morphia must be taken in strong doses, and at stated intervals, sufficient space being allowed between them to give his mental being time to recuperate. Science has proved that even the molecules of a wire can grow fatigued by the constant passage of electricity, or the edge of a razor by too frequent stropping. Both of them, to be effective, to do their utmost service, must have periods of rest. Here, then, his will came to his aid, for he found that by its strong, concentrated exertion he was enabled both to shut off the sensations or to excite them. Another thing he found also, that after a while it was impossible to do without them, for a period of anticipation of their next visit would buoy him up, but if it were balked too long, then reaction set in, and with it the horrors of the pit. This was the first stage of his insanity, or of his vision. Dear as such manifestations might be to him, in time he wearied of them. These hints which but awakened his imagination, these fantastic spice meats which, without saying it, only sharpened his spiritual appetite. More than ever he longed to see and to know, to make acquaintance with the actual presence, whereof they were but the forerunners, the cold blasts that go before the storm, the vague, mystical draperies which veiled the unearthly goddess at whose shrine he was a worshipper. He desired the full fierce fury of the tempest, the blinding flash of the lightning, the heavy hiss of the rain, the rush of the wind bursting on him from the four horizons. He desired the naked face of his goddess. And she came, or he acquired the power to see her, whichever it might be. She came suddenly, unexpectedly, completely, as a goddess should. It was on Christmas Eve, at night, the anniversary of Stella's death 4 years before. Morris and his wife were alone at the Abbey, as the Colonel had gone for a fortnight or so to Bewley, just to keep the house aired, as he explained. Also Lady Rawlins was there with her husband, the evil-tempered man who by a single stroke of sickness had been converted into a babbling imbecile, harmless as a babe, and amused for the most part with such toys as are given to babes. She, so Morris understood, had intimated that Sir Jonah was failing, really failing quickly, and that in her friendlessness at a foreign place, especially at Christmas time, she would be thankful to have the comfort of an old friend's presence. This the old friend who, having been back from town for a whole month, was getting rather bored with Monksland and the sick baby, determined to vouchsafe, explaining that he knew that young married people liked to be left to each other now and again, especially when they were worried with domestic troubles. Lady Rawlins was foolish and fat, but, as the Colonel remembered, she was fond. Where, indeed, could another woman be found who would endure so much scientific discipline, and yet be thankful? Also, within a few weeks, after the expected demise of Jonah, she would be wondrous wealthy. That he knew. Therefore it seemed that the matter was worth consideration, and a journey to Beaulieu. So the Colonel went, and Morris, more and more possessed by his monomania, was glad that he had gone. His absence gave him greater opportunities of loneliness. It was now no longer necessary that he should sit at night smoking with his father, or rather, watching him smoke at the expense of so many precious hours when he should be up and doing. Morris and Mary dined tete-a-tete that evening, but almost immediately after dinner she had gone to the nurseries. The baby was now threatened with convulsions, and a trained nurse had been installed. But as Mary did not in the least trust the nurse, who, according to her account, was quite unaccustomed to children, she insisted upon dogging that functionary's footsteps. Therefore Morris saw little of her. It was 1 o'clock on Christmas morning, or more. Hours ago Morris had gone through his rites, the ritual that he invented, or discovered, in its essence simple and pathetic enough, whereby he strove to bring himself to the notice of the dead, and to fit himself to see or hear the dead. Such tentative mysticism as served his turn need not be written down, but its substance can be imagined by many. Then, through an exercise of his will, he had invoked the strange, trance-like state which has been described. The soft waves flowing from an unknown source had beat upon his brains. With them came the accustomed phenomena, the sense of some presence near, impending yet impotent, suggesting by analogy and effect the misdirected efforts of a blind person seeking something in a room, or the painful attempt of one almost deaf striving to sift out words from the confused murmur of sounds. The personality of Stella seemed to pervade him. Yet he could see nothing, could hear nothing. The impression might be from within, not from without. Perhaps, after all, it was nothing but a dream, a miasma, a mirage, drawn by his own burning thought from the wastes and marshes of his mind, peopled with elusive hopes and waterlogged by memories. Or it might be true and real. As yet he could not be certain of its origin. The fit passed, delightful in its overpowering emptiness, but unsatisfying as all that had gone before it, and it left him weak. For a while Morris crouched by the fire, for he had grown cold and could not think accurately. Then his vital human strength returned, and, as seemed to him to be fitting upon this night of all nights, he began one by one to recall the events of that day 4 years ago, when Stella was still a living woman. The scene in the dead church, the agonies of farewell. He summoned them detail by detail, word by word, her looks, the changes of her expression, the movements of her hands, eyes and lips. He counted and pictured each precious souvenir. The sound of her last sentence also, as the blind, senseless aerophone had rendered them just before the end. One by one they were repeated in his brain. There stood the very instrument, but alas! It was silent now. Its twin lay buried in the sea, with her who had worked it. Morris grew weary. The effort of memory was exhausting, and after it he was glad to think of nothing. The fire flickered, the clear light of the electric lamps shone upon the hard, 16th century faces of the painted angels on the ancient roof. Without the wind soughed, and through it rose the constant sullen roar of the sea. Tired, disappointed, unhappy, and full of self-reproaches, for when the madness was not on him, he knew his sin, Morris sank into a doze. Now music crept softly into his sleep, sweet, thrilling music, causing him to open his eyes and smile. It was Christmas Eve, and doubtless he heard the village waifs. Morris looked up, arousing himself to listen, and lo, there before him, unexpected and ineffable, was Stella. Stella as she appeared that night on which she had sung to him, just as she finished singing, indeed, when he stood for a while in the faint moonlight, the flame of inspiration still flickering in those dark eyes, and the sweet lips drawn down a little, as though they were about to weep. The sight did not astonish him. At the moment he never imagined even then that this could be her spirit, that his long labours in a soil that no man was meant to till had issued into harvest. Well, surely it was a dream, nothing but a dream. He felt no tremors, no cold wind stirred his hair. His heart did not stand still, nor his breath come short. Why should a man fear so beautiful a dream? Yet, vaguely enough, he wished that it might last for ever. It was sweet to see her so, as she had been. Yet, was she ever thus? Surely some wand of change had touched her. She was beautiful, but had she worn that beauty? And those eyes, could any such have shone in the face of woman? "Stella! Stella!" he whispered, and from roof and walls crept back the echo of his voice. He rose and went towards her. She had vanished. He returned, and there she was. "Speak!" he offered. "Oh, speak!" But no word came, only the lovely changeless eyes shone on and watched him. "Listen!" Music seemed to float about the room, such music as he had never heard. Even Stella could not make the like. The air was full of it, the night without was full of it. Millions of voices took up the chant, and from far away, note by note, mighty organs and silver trumpets told its melodies. His brain reeled. In the ocean of those unimagined harmonies it was tossed like a straw upon a swirling river, tossed and overwhelmed. Slowly, very slowly, as the straw might be sucked into the heart of a whirlpool, his soul was drawn down into blackness. It shuddered. It was afraid. This vision of a whirlpool haunted him. He could see the narrow funnel of its waters, smooth, shining like jet, unspecked by foam, solid to all appearances, but, as he was aware, alive, every atom of them, instinct with some frightful energy, the very face of force. And in the teeth of it, less than a dead leaf, himself. Down he went, down, and still above him shone the beautiful, pitying, changeless eyes, and still round him echoed that strange, searching music. The eyes receded. The music became faint, and then blackness. End of chapter 23. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 24 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 24. Dreams and the Sleep. The Christmas day which followed this strange night proved the happiest that Morris could ever remember to have spent since his childhood. In his worldly circumstances, of course, he was oppressed by none of the everyday worries which at this season are the lot of most. No duns came to trouble him, nor through lack of means was he forced to turn any beggar from his door. Also the baby was much better, and Mary's spirits were consequently radiant. Never, indeed, had she been more radiant and charming when that morning she presented him with a splendid gold chronometer, to take place of the old silver watch, which was his mother's as a girl, and that he had worn all his life. Secretly he sorrowed over parting with that familiar companion in favour of its new 80-guinea rival, although it was true that it always lost 10 minutes a day, and sometimes, stopped altogether. But there was no help for it, so he kissed Mary and was grateful. Moreover, the day was beautiful. In the morning they walked to church through the abbey plantations, which run for nearly half a mile along the edge of the cliff. The rime lay thick upon the pines and firs. Every little needle had its separate coat of white whereon the sun's rays glistened. The quiet sea, too, shone like some gigantic emerald, and in the sweet stillness the song of a robin perched upon the bending bough of a young poplar sounded pure and clear. Yet it was not this calm and plenty, this glittering ocean flecked with white sails and barred by delicate lines of smoke, this blue and happy sky, nor all the other good things that were given to him in such abundance, which steeped his heart in Sabbath rest. Although he sought no inspiration from such drugs, and indeed was a stranger to them, rather was his joy the joy of the opium eater, while the poison works, the joy of him who, after suffering long nights of pain, has found their antidote, and perhaps for the first time appreciates the worth of peace, however empty. His troubled heart had ceased its strivings. His wrecked nerves were still, his questionings had been answered, his ends were attained. He had drunk of the divine cup which he desired, and its wine flowed through him. The dead had visited him, and he had tasted of the delight which lies hid in death. On that day he felt as though nothing could hurt him any more, nothing could even move him. The angry voices, the wars, the struggles, the questionings, all the things which torment mankind. What did they matter? He had forced the lock and broken the bar. If only for a little while the door had opened, and he had seen that which he desired to see, and sought with all his soul, and with the wondrous harvest of this pure, inhuman passion, that owes nothing to sex or time or earth, he was satisfied at last. "Why did you look so strange in church?" asked Mary as they walked home, and a voice echoed in the spaces of his void mind as words echo in an empty hall. His thoughts were wandering far, and with difficulty he drew them back, as birds tied by the foot are drawn back, and still fluttering to be free, brought home to the familiar cage. "Strange, dear," he answered. "Did I look strange?" "Yes, like a man in a dream, or the face of a saint being comfortably martyred in a picture. Morris, I believe that you are not well. I will speak to the doctor. He must give you a tonic or something for your liver. Really, to see you and that old mummy, Mr. Fregelius, staring at each other while he murmured away about the delights of the world to come, and how happy we ought to be at the thought of getting there, made me quite uncomfortable.
Oh, why, dear, why?
Asked Morris vacantly.
Why? Because the old man with his pale face and big eyes looked more like an astral body than a healthy human being. If I met him in his surplice at night, I should think he was a ghost, and upon my word, you are catching the same expression. That comes of your being so much together. Oh, do be a little more human and healthy. Lose your temper. Swear at the cook like your father. Admire Jane Rose's pretty bonnet or her pretty face. To take to horse racing, do anything that is natural, even if it is wicked. Anything that doesn't make one think of graves and stars and infinities and souls who died last night, of all of which no doubt we have plenty in due season. All right, my dear, answered Morris, with a fine access of forced cheerfulness. We will have some champagne for dinner and play piquet after it. Champagne? What's the use of champagne when you only pretend to drink it, and fill up the glass with soda water? Piquet? You hate it, and so do I, and it is silly losing large sums of money to each other which we never mean to pay. That isn't the real thing. There's no life in that. Oh, Morris, if you do love me, do cultivate some human error. It is terrible to have a husband in whom there is nothing to reform. I will try, love, said Morris earnestly. Yes, she replied with a gloomy shake of her head, but you won't succeed. When Mrs. Roberts told me that the other day that she was afraid husband was taken to drink because he went out walking too often with that pretty widow from North Cove, you know, the one with the black and gold bonnet whom they say things about, I answered that I quite envied her, and she didn't in the least understand what I meant. But I understand, although I can't express myself. I give up the drink, said Morris. It disagrees, but perhaps you might introduce me to the widow. She seems rather attractive. I will, answered Mary, stamping her foot. She's a horrid, vulgar little thing, but I'll ask her to tea, or to stay, and anything, if she can only make you look rather less disembodied. That night the champagne appeared, and feeling his wife's eyes upon him, Morris swallowed 2 whole glasses, and in consequence was quite cheerful, for he had eaten little. Circumstances under the champagne exhilarates, well, for a little while. Then they went into the drawing-room and talked themselves into silence about nothing in particular, after which Morris began to wander round the room and contemplate the furniture, as though he had never seen it before. "What are you fidgeting about?" asked Mary. "Morris, you remind me of somebody who wants to slip away to an assignation, which in your case is absurd. I wish your father were back, I really do. I should be glad to listen to his worst and longest story. It isn't often that I sit with you, so it would be kinder if you didn't look so bored. Oh, I'm cross. I'm going to bed. I hope you will spend a pleasant night in the chapel with your thoughts and your instruments and the ghosts of the old abbots. But please come into my room quietly. I don't like being woke up at 3 a.m, as I was yesterday."
And she went, slamming the door behind her. Morris went also with hanging head and guilty step to his accustomed haunt in the old chapel. He knew that he was doing wrong. He could sympathize with Mary's indignation, yet he was unable to resist. He must see again, must drink once more of that heavenly cup. And he failed. Was it the champagne? Was it Mary's sharp words which had ruffled him? Was it that he had not allowed enough time for the energy which came from him, enabling her to appear before his mortal eyes, to gather afresh in the life springs of his own nature? Or was she also angry with him? At least he failed. The waves came indeed, and the cold wind blew, but there was no sound of music and no vision. Again and again he strove to call it up, to fancy that he saw. It was useless, and at last, weary, broken, but filled with a mad irritation, such as might be felt by a hungry man who sees food which he cannot touch, or by a jealous lover who beholds her that should have been his bride take another husband before his eyes, he crept away to such rest as he could win. He awoke, ill, wretched and unsatisfied, but wisdom had come to him with sleep. He must not fail again. It was too wearing. He must prepare himself according to the rules which he had laid down. Also, he must conciliate his wife, so that she did not speak angrily to him, and thus disturb his calm mind. Broken waters mirror nothing. If his soul was to be the glass in which that beloved spirit might appear, it must be still and undisturbed. Then was she built up in his imagination, or did he really see her with his eyes? He could not tell, and after all it mattered little so long as he did see her. He grew cunning, in such circumstances a common symptom, affecting a bonhomie, a joviality of demeanour, indeed, which was rather overdone. He suggested that Mary should ask some people to tea, and twice he went out shooting, a sport which he had almost abandoned. Only when she wanted to invite certain guests to stay, he demurred a little on account of the baby, but so cleverly that she never suspected him of being insincere. In short, as he could attain his unholy end in no other way, Morris entered on a career of mild deception, designed to prevent his wife from suspecting him of she knew not what. His conduct was that of a man engaged in an intrigue. In his case, however, the possible end of his ill-doing was not the divorce court, but an asylum, or so some observers would have anticipated. Yet did man ever adore a mistress so fatal and destroying as this poor shadow of the dead which he desired? It was not until New Year's Eve that Stella came again. Once more enervated and exhausted by the waves, Morris sank into a doze whence, as before, he was awakened by the sound of heavenly music to which, on this night, was added the scent of perfume. Then he opened his eyes to behold Stella. As she had been at first, so she was now, only more lovely, 100 times lovelier than the imagination can paint, or the pen can tell. Here was nothing pale or deathlike, no sheeted, melancholy spectre, but a radiant being whose garment was the light, and whose eyes glowed with the heart of some deep jewel. About her rolled a vision of many colours. Such hues as the rainbow has fell upon her face and about her hair. And yet it was the same Stella that he had known, made perfect and spiritual and, beyond all imagining, divine. Once more he addressed, implored her, and once more no answer came, nor did her face change, or that wondrous smile pass from her lips into the gravity of her eyes. This at least was sure, either that she no longer had any understanding knowledge of the earthly tongue, or that its demonstration was to her a thing forbidden. What was she then? The double of the body which the Egyptian called the Ka, or the soul itself, the pneuma, no eidolon, but the immortal ego, clothed in human semblance, made divine? Why was there no answer? Because his speech was too gross for her to hearken to? Why did she not speak? Because his ears were deaf? Was this an illusion? No, 1,000 times. When he approached, she vanished. But what of it? He was mortal, she a spirit. They might not mix. Yet in her own method she did speak, spoke to his soul, bidding the scales fall from its eyes so that it might see, and it saw what human imagination could not fashion. Behold those gardens, those groves that hang upon the measureless mountain face, and the white flowers which droop in tresses from the dark bough of yonder towering poplar tree, and the jewelled serpent nestling at its root. Oh, they are gone, and when the flame-eyed figure smote, the vast barring precipice fell apart, and the road is smooth and open. How far? 1,000,000 miles? No, 20,000 millions. Look, yonder shines the destined star. Now come. So it is reached. Nay, do not stop to stare. Look again, out through utter space to where the low light glows. So come once more. The suns float past like wind-blown golden dust, like the countless lamps of boats upon the bosom of a summer sea. There, beyond, lies the very home of power. Those springing sparks of light, they are the ineffable decrees passing outward through infinity. That sound, it is the sound of worlds which worship. Look now, out yonder see the flaming gases gather and cohere. They burn out and the great globe blackens. Cool mists wrap it, rains fall, seas collect, continents arise. There is life, behold it, various and infinite, and hearken to the whisper of this great universe. One tiny note in that song of praise you heard but now. Yes, the life dies, the ball grows black again. It is the carcass of a world. How long have you watched for it? For an hour, a breath? But, as you judge time, some 10,000 million years. Oh, sleep now. You are weary. Later you shall understand. Thus the wraith of Stella spoke to his soul in visions. Presently, with drumming ears and eyes before which strange lights seemed to play, Morris staggered from the place, so weak, indeed, that he could scarcely thrust one foot beyond the other. Yet his heart was filled with a mad joy, and his brain was drunken with a deep cup of delight and a knowledge that have seldom been given to man. On other nights the visions were different. Thus he saw the spirits of men going out and returning, and among them his own slumbering spirit that a vast and shadowy Stella bore in her arms as a mother bears a babe. He also saw the vision of numbers. All the infinite inhabitants of all the infinite worlds passed before him, marching through the ages to some end unknown. Once, too, his mind was opened, and he understood the explanation of evil and the reason of things. He shouted at their glorious simplicity, shouted for joy. But lo! Before he rose from his chair they were forgotten. Other visions there were without count. Also they would mix and fall into new patterns, like the bits of glass in a kaleidoscope. There was no end to them, and each was lovelier or grander, or fraught with a more sweet entrancement than the last. And still she who brought them, she who opened his eyes, who caused his ears to hear and his soul to see, she whom he worshipped, his heart's twin, she who had sworn herself to him on earth and was there waiting to fulfil the oath to all eternity, the woman who had become a spirit, that spirit had taken the shape of a woman. There she stood and smiled and changed, and yet was changeless. And oh, what did it matter if his life was draining from him, and oh, to die at those glittering feet with that perfume breath stirring in his hair? What did he seek more when death would be the great immortal waking, when from twilight he passed out to light? What more when in that dawn, awful yet smiling, she would be his and he hers, and they twain would be one, and thought that answered thought, since it was the same thought. Oh, there is much that might be told, enough to fill many pages. It would be easy, for instance, to set out long lists of the entrancing dreams which were the sole speech of the spirit of Stella, and to some extent to picture them. Also the progress of the possession of Morris might be described, and the student of his own history shown, step by step, how the consummation that in her life days Stella had feared overtook him, how the thing got the mastery of him, and he became unfitted for his work on earth. How, too, his body wasted and his spiritual part developed, till every physical sight and deed became a cause of irritation to his new nature, and at times even a source of active suffering. Thus an evil odour, the spectacle of pain, the cry of grief, the sight of the carcasses of dead animals, to take a few examples out of very many, were agonies to his abnormal, exasperated nerves. Nor did it stop there, since the misfortune which threatened Stella, when at length she had succeeded in becoming bodily conscious of the presence of the eidolon of her sister, and heard discords among the harmonies of the rich music of her violin, overtook him also. Thus, for instance, in the sense of the sweetest rose at times, Morris would discover something frightful. Even the guise of tender childhood ceased to be lovely in his eyes, for now he could see and feel the budding human brute beneath. Worse still, his beautiful companion, Mary, fair and gracious as she was, became almost repulsive to him, so that he shrank from her as in common life some delicate nurtured man might shrink from a full-bodied, coarse-tongued young fishwife. Even her daily need of food, which was healthy though not excessive, disgusted him to witness. He who was out of touch with all wholesome appetites of earth, whose distorted nature sought an alien rest and solace. Of Mary herself also it might be narrated how, at first mocking at the thought and next thrusting it away, by degrees she drew to appreciate the reality of the mysterious foreign influence which reigned in her home. It might be told how, in that spiritual atmosphere, shedding its sleepy innocence, her own spirit awoke and grew conscious and far-seeing, till impressions and hints which in the old days she would have set aside as idle, became for her pregnant with light and meaning. Then at last her eyes were opened, and understanding much and guessing much more, she began to watch. The attitude of the Colonel also could be studied, and how he grew first suspicious, then sarcastic, and at last thoroughly alarmed, even to his ultimate evacuation of the Abbey house, detailed at length. But to the chronicler of these doings, and of their unusual issues at any rate, it appears best to resist a natural temptation, to deny the desire to paint such closing scenes in petto. Much more does this certainty hold of their explanation. Enough has been said to enable those in whom the spark of understanding may burn to discover by its light how much is left unsaid. Enough has been hinted at to teach how much there is still to guess. At least few will deny that some things are best abandoned to the imagination. To attempt to drag the last veil from the face of truth in any of her thousand shapes is surely a folly predoomed to failure. From the beginning she has been a veiled divinity, and veiled, however thinly, she must and will remain. Also, even were it possible thus to rob her, would not her bared eyes frighten us? It was late, very late, and there, pale and haggard in the low light of the fire, once again Morris stood, pleading with the radiant image which his heart revealed. "Oh, speak, speak," he moaned aloud. "I weary of those pictures. They are too vast. They crush me. I grow weak. I have no strength left to fight against the power of this fearful life that is discovered. I cannot bear this calm, everlasting life. It sucks out my mortality as mists are sucked up by the sun. Become human. Speak. Let me touch your hand. Or be angry. Only cease smiling that awful smile, and take those solemn eyes out of my heart. Oh, my darling, remember that I am still a man. In pity, answer me before I die." Then a low and awful cry, and Morris turned to behold Mary his wife. At last she had seen and heard and read his naked heart. At last she knew him, mad and in his madness most unfaithful, a man who loved one dead and dragged her down to earth for company. Look, there in his charmed and secret sight stood the spirit, and there, over against her, the mortal woman, and he, wavering, he, lost between the two. Certainly he had been sick a long while, since the sun ray touched the face of the old abbot carved in that corner of the room to support the hammer beam. This, as he had known from a child, only chanced at midsummer. Mary was bending over him, but he was astonished to find that he could sit up and move. Surely then his mind must have been more ill than his body. "Hush," she said. "Oh, drink this, dear, and go to sleep." It was a week after, and Morris had told her all. The kind and gentle wife who was so good to him, who understood and could even smile as he explained, in faltering, shame-heavy words. And he had sworn for her sake and his children's sake that he would put away the awful traffic and seek such fellowship no more. Not for 6 months did he seek it, not till the winter returned. Then, when his body was strong again, the ravening hunger of his soul overcame him, and lest he should go mad or die of longing, Morris broke his oath, as she was sure he would. One night Mary missed her husband from her side, and creeping down in the grey of the morning, she found him sitting in his chair in the chapel workshop, smiling strangely, but cold and dead. Then her heart seemed to break, for she loved him. Yet remembering her promises, and the dust whereof he was made, and the fate to which he had been appointed, she forgave him all. The search renewed, or the fruit of some fresh discovery, what he sought or what he saw, who knows, had killed him. Or perhaps Stella had seemed to speak at last, and the word he heard her say was, "Come." This, then, is the end of the story of Stella Fregelius upon earth, and this the writing on a leaf torn from the book of 3 human destinies. Remember, only one leaf. End of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. Recording by Patrick79.